And we're up and running. Welcome y'all to the Drop By Discussions with OGDoDirty.
What's good, y'all? It's Wrestler here, in it for another night. How we doing today?
Yeah, man, we doing pretty good, man. We got some good topics we're gonna give to y'all tonight. We got several we're gonna run through. Hope we have some good discussions on it. How you been doing, my good sir?
Listen, it's been a very long day, but a very productive day in a lot of ways. I think it was pretty good. So what you guys were doing over on the porch earlier, so I thought that was pretty good. I'm moving around, getting my stuff together. But it's been pretty good. How's everything on your end?
Man, it's pretty good, man. Dropping a link in the chat right now for those who want to come up and join the discussion.
Sir, pull up or shut up. No, I'm kidding.
That's,
We be doing job by discussions, but pull up if you got anything you want to say.
that's a fact. Hey, salute to my boy Will. You already saying what's popping in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Salute to you, big bro. Pinning it to the chat right now. And we got two guests in the back already, just about to get ready to join us. You want to go ahead and bring them up, Russell, while pinning this?
Bring them up right now for you, sir. So coming to the stage, we got Mayo, and of course we got Mama popping up there. Mama, how you doing?
Doing okay, like you. Long day.
Long day.
Glad to be here.
I hear that. And Mayo, how you doing, good sir?
Good. Not riding dirty anymore.
Hey,
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Finally got my truck registered after 2 years of tax issues.
Oh, that's right. So we was having a discussion in the back, man, about these Temu houses. So I had Mayo put us a link in the back. We're gonna have Wrestler pull this up, and we're gonna look at these old Temu. What is it? Container homes, sir?
Container homes, sir.
Yeah.
Man, we want to see what we're gonna have a little discussion on that. That's gonna be the break. You know what I'm saying? That we just gonna go ahead and take real quick and check this on now.
All right, so let me just pull up this real quick.
Yeah. And I lived in these things in Afghanistan and Iraq, and they are surprisingly very well insulated.
Sir, I am jealous right now. What I'm taking a look at, this is crazy. Look at this. Look at this mess. This is crazy.
That's a $2,300 apartment in New York City, sir.
Yes, sir. There is. Look how easy that one was able to be pulled up. Look. What was the video for that?
Yeah, if you click on it, it'll bring it up. And you can play the video.
Easy.
Yeah, go to this 16 by 20. No, fuck it. They got a 19 by 20 right there. That 1500. Yep. Click on that 1500 real quick. Let's see what they talking about.
Okay, let's take a look.
Yeah, that's a nice little old size building, nigga. 19 by 20. That ain't bad.
No, not at all, man.
Let me move my window up so I can make sure that I'm seeing the same thing you are. I mean, I'm not in the blind. All right. So, sorry, which one you were looking at? This looks nice. This one looks nice.
Yeah, see, I was going to see how that big one look with that. I think it's a 19 by 20 foot. It's over on all the way to your left, second row down.
This one here?
Yes, sir.
All right, so
that's the big joint right there.
All right, so yeah, I'm right. You guys can't see it. Let me switch over. Here we go.
Yeah.
Boom. Let's take a look at this.
Oh yeah, that thing there off the chain.
Look how easy that was.
Yep.
What?
And you can easily just buy your own partitions and you got instant room.
You can build the inside out with regular materials.
Yeah, they need to put that caulking on there. Yeah, after that day, that thing's sealed up.
Yep. Throw a metal roof on that. Throw arch metal roof on that. You're good to go.
Yeah, that ain't shit.
Now, I do got questions of how well is that in a storm, like lightning storms? So you are surrounded by metal.
If it's grounded, you don't have to worry about it.
True.
I don't imagine it'd be any different than living in a mobile home.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I asked because I never lived in a mobile home, so that's new information for me.
Well, let me ask you this question, Mayo. With the folding of that right there, those pieces, they looked like it was made out of everything was made out of metal. So let me see if I'm correct with my thinking. If you unfold it and weld everything, won't that make it a solid structure again, just like a container?
It's what it is it's thin metal bonded to insulation foam.
Okay.
Okay.
At the core.
Okay.
So I would not you'd be better off metal setting it than
gotcha.
Bonding it with welding. Yeah.
Like putting the metal braces in the corner. You can just drill into it. It'll firmify it on up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, that one's got almost 400 square feet in it. I mean, that.
I think it also depends. Like how I think it also depends on how thick the metal sheeting is.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Like, I mean, not for nothing. That's crazy. I would have no problem with that. And I think when I see this,
thinking about with those. Remember, what movie was that? Ready Player One.
Yeah.
The trailer stacks.
Well, so you're thinking that. I was thinking that, and then I thought one level down. Like I was thinking about the sleeping pods that Japan has.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't be nothing. You can get one of them, bro, and install everything you need to install it in with from Home Depot and Lowe's.
Which is why I don't. And again, you could just pull them right off.
Yeah, real talk.
Yeah, they're pre-wired and everything.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what Mayo was just talking about putting that roof on the res, it's the same thing. So basically, what we was watching yesterday when they made that earth home and how that nigga made that arch roof would just slant to one side where you just put your board up and then make a frame and then put bro, it's the same thing and cover that some gun with metal, bro. That shit you can go get that at Home Depot in one shot and put that shit.
And we're
on
just talking about stationary homes though. Like I've seen people turn those vans into they look great.
Yeah,
it looked phenomenal. I was like, I'll live in that bitch, no problem.
And see, you're seeing a lot of these in Maine, in New England now, because people permanently attach them to trailers to move them onto land that they own near water. Because since the EPA Act, you can't build within 200 yards of water up there. But you can register this as a mobile home and leave, and as long as it's sitting on a trailer with tires and it's registered, you can leave it there forever.
If that's even better. I know my uncle and them had a house like that. He used to move that motherfucker all the goddamn time.
I love the idea of being able to pick up and go. So even if it meant you had a small house that you can just break the fuck down to be able to move somewhere else to stay there for a while, like
shit wouldn't be no need. Like Mayo saying, you wouldn't even have no need if you had that bitch with a trailer with a hitch on that bitch. You just gotta have the truck either lower down or just hook right onto it and drive that some gun where you need it. Just make sure your tires stay aired up. Yeah,
we can literally put ourselves back to being nomads.
Yep.
And I'm not opposed to that at all.
And in a decent home.
Yeah.
A livable structure that's safe.
Yeah.
You know, it ain't built out of refrigerator boxes and pallets.
But I guarantee you though, if you get them same straps that they use, if y'all ever seen how they put up the trailer homes, well not trailer homes, but the mobile homes, and they set them on them bricks, but they use those ties to hold them down in like Mississippi.
They
got these storm ties, wrestler, that they got these little screw things. They put this look like a big ass screw boat that they stick into the ground at an angle, and then they get these straps that they tie onto the trailer home or to the mobile home, and they use this machine to tighten this some bitch down, bro. That motherfucker is secure. Because the only thing they do is verify that the ground. They make sure the ground is hard as shit. They put that machine on it, compact it real good. Bro, you set that screw in that bitch, that motherfucker don't move. So I'm just imagining if you can do that same technique to these houses, just say if they was flat on the ground and you made a pad for them, but you still want to make sure it didn't move at a right angle. You know what I'm saying? With the right angle, you can put straps on the side of this motherfucker and hold that bitch down too, so you don't have to worry about no wind or nothing like that.
Yeah, those straps are cheap too, because we had to buy some, and ours had to go 4 feet in the ground. So
they work good, don't they, Mama?
They do. They really do. What we had them attached to withstood 80-mile-an-hour winds a couple of years back.
Yeah.
Building never
And
budged.
you can put that on a cellar foundation.
Sure, right. I just watched a dude build the house like that, Mayo. He used the foam installation walls that you stack it, then you put the concrete in the inside.
Yep.
And he just set his house right on top of it. After he built his basement, set his house right on top of it. So I could just imagine you just fixing that, putting that platform, and then unfolding that something gun, and then after you get it all sturdy and stuff, make your little hole, put your ladder or whatever you're gonna get to get downstairs, or your stairwell to get downstairs. Oh yeah, you good.
Because I've been watching, because I'm thinking about one of these up in Maine on my property to use as an Airbnb.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I could get $1,400 a week on the water out of one of these.
So Kingdom Mind is asking, is Michigan an option? I can't see why it's not.
I don't see why not. It just has to meet code. And the code is pretty much the same throughout the United States for most things. You know, for like your electricity and stuff like that.
Yeah, and if you're in rural Michigan, a lot of them, they don't even need licensing or code. In like unorganized counties and townships, ain't nobody gonna mess with you. I mean, a couple starting out.
Oh, an early couple? Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That's a great test.
13 grand. Once you get it set up, right? You do the septic and all, which you can do all yourself, especially if you're young. You go right on YouTube and they'll show you how to put a septic system in this for damn near free. And then you turn around and sell them for 60 grand, 70 grand. Buy a couple more. You know, buy like a 5-acre lot, split it up into acre lots, and throw one on each. You got your own community.
And I mean, I don't think. So when I hear this, right, when I'm thinking about these houses right now, I'm always thinking about in the perspective of someone like myself, right? How would a person who's young, single, who doesn't want to end up paying, you know, like basically $30-something thousand a year on renting, and where would they get the space, say, if they were like in a particular limit of cities or whatever? Like, where would they put it? I'm thinking about that. Because it's a hell of a lot better than trying to sit there and worrying about where you're trying to get a house for yourself. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for a crappy place. Or a city limits, right? Within city limits.
Okay, well, then
because obviously you can't get on city land. It's going to be way too much.
Yeah, so it'll be the same thing with Mayo, what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Mayo. Go ahead.
A burnout lot in New York City is going to cost you $200,000, $300,000. So,
because I was thinking, like, what if you bought a house like this, right, from Home Depot, but then say you were out in the other areas of Jersey, like you went closer to like Newark or I forget the fucking other areas higher up. I can't think of it now.
Trenton.
Yeah. Yes. In the Appalachians part of Jersey.
Yes.
Yeah. That's trailer city up there. You wouldn't have any issues up there.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Long as then you get into places where you only buying plots, so you wouldn't have a problem putting that up. That still be, I think would you have the same regulation problems as a standard mobile home, or would it still be like a one that you move?
It's a good question.
I would put it on a trailer and register as a mobile home.
Yeah, that'd be smart.
You know,
that way you don't have to worry about all the hookups
and
shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Making sure your water system and all that shit, all that stuff with the moving part, all that shit turns different.
Yep. And for a septic, that way, all you got to do is put a tank in the ground, and then come get it pumped out every 6 months.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Damn, this just made me feel like I shouldn't have let my forklift license expire. I couldn't just move shit across.
Well, you see that motherfucker move that hoe with that forklift ramp and just picked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because basically that's all it is. Once it folds in, it's a container.
Yeah, this is the future of housing.
But did you ever see those these videos that they have with the housing? Like everything is being made foldable, makeshift. Like people have like an entire downstairs basement, but you wouldn't know. Like they're just like a couch, and then like the couch slides out, and you see the stairs going downstairs to the basement or whatever, and you're like,
oh yeah,
mind blown.
I've got a friend in Maine. He owns he's a National Guard pilot, but his business is making secret rooms and stuff like that.
I love that.
And he has built 3 structures in the Bush mansions in Maine.
Oh wow.
And you see his work, and you can't tell that there's a 30-foot room behind that bookshelf.
Told you about them underground bunkers, bro. I seen one of the motherfuckers do that shit out here by my house. Nigga, the hole, they got a nigga, that same dude they have on the time about to pay that $10,000-$15,000. We'll come with a crane and drop that hole in the ground. Nigga, serious. And when they cover that bitch up with dirt and they put your house on top of it and put that hole and drop your, like I said, drop that trailer home on top of there, bro, you don't even know that shit was there if you didn't see him drop it. And then how you gonna find it? Like you said, Resla, you gotta have a that motherfucker pop right open, got a little actuator on it. They only cost $200 to lift the whole thing up.
I have this channel. I have this channel that's on my Threads account, and it shows me so much like hidden shit, like tables, folding, beds, all kind of stuff. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, like I would never be able to understand.
Oh yeah, like you can still find they probably selling Murphy beds on here.
They do. Well, I don't know about on here,
but hold up against the wall.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, what's good with you, No Chaser, Yvette?
I mean,
appreciate y'all coming through, showing some love.
I mean, especially for young people and like older people that don't need a heavy maintenance home, don't need a lot of space. They just need something well insulated and efficient and clean.
Sir, it's me and my girl now, and I can say that we don't need a lot of space. I'm very organized as is.
Yep.
So if I definitely had a spacing that was really good, that was bigger than what my apartment actually is now, and on top of that, I had like all that other foldable shit going on. Oh, I love it. I love it. I'd be in love.
I'm looking at I'm looking at the quality of those. Stacking 2 of them some bitches back to back.
Damn it, you just took it from me. You just took it from me.
But no, I got 2 spaces.
I was just thinking that shit.
That's an 800.
That's like $13K. Stack 2 of them bitches on top. You just took it from me. Damn.
That's an 800 square foot house.
Yeah.
That's $250,000 in Wichita.
I was just thinking that you could stack 2 of them bitches, cut a hole, get the whole staircase. Like you could do all that shit.
Yep. Do a little spiral staircase so it don't take up all the room.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, heck, I mean, even just the biggest one there, that's 380 square foot. I mean, that's cheap enough. You could buy 20, 30 acres of land, live in that, pay your land off, and then build your dream home. If you wanted a big mansion or something, after your land's paid for, the rest of it, you just build out of pocket. You know?
Yeah.
You buy
the big thing. Oh, sorry, Mama. Go ahead.
You buy $300 worth of 2x4s this week, $300 worth of 2x6s. You put it together one room at a time. I've seen people do it.
Yep, I've seen them do it too, Mom. It ain't hard.
And like a big thing around here right now is those barn-dominiums, where people are building apartments inside of pole barns.
Yep.
And metal buildings.
Yep. And that's a
I
big
thought that was pretty
thing.
smart.
That's a big thing up where we used to live. They'd build a big pole barn and they'd put a gigantic apartment, or heck, some of them were 3,000 square foot houses. They'd put on the top floor, and then they used the bottom floor as their garage and their, whatever.
Workshops. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, they got some inventive stuff out there. I seen them put trailer homes on a 2-story trailer homes. I say, wait a minute. I said, yeah, and here, Oklahoma, Kansas, and other places.
Yeah.
Bro, why they just stacking them up, bro? Put a whole garage underneath that bed. You parking 2-3 cars up underneath the double wide. That's crazy, bro. You know how much space that is?
There's one of those just up the road from me up here. And for the longest time, I drove past that thing thinking it was a rock house. And then somebody said, no, that's a trailer. I said, what do you mean that's a trailer? That's a rock house. They built a big drive under foundation, and then sat a big ass double wide up on top of it.
Yep.
And then they bought that artificial rock siding and sided the whole thing. It looks like a giant rock house. And for years, I drove past it, never knew that.
Yeah, I've seen, and like even one of those, you wrap that in a log cabin front.
Mm-hmm.
Look like you got a log cabin.
Yep.
That veneer.
It just, a lot of people now think that they just have to buy a $500,000 home and make payments on it for the rest of their flipping lives.
Yeah, well, now when it's 13K.
My whole thing has always been build a temporary shelter, especially if you're just a couple, right? Build a temporary shelter. Get your water and your sewage, your electricity brought into the land, pay your land off, and then build your house out of pocket. You can do that far cheaper and far less time and have a paid for home. That's what our grandparents used to do,
Yep. Mom, I'm with Resla. I keep that little small house, that little $15,000 house right there. I pay off my land, and then I just pick that motherfucker up, move it probably a good 20, 40 feet, and then I just start digging big ass. I build a whole compound in the ground.
Sir,
like, you wouldn't even see
sir,
it.
that little land, that little box that I bought would be like Connect 4. It would be Legos. I would be adding so much extra shit over time.
Yep. But
it would look like a damn mansion. In 10 years, it would be a mansion.
Yeah, exactly. And it'd be paid for.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because you'll know every time that you get ready to do a new section, you'll be like, well, I know how much the cost is. I done this over here.
I would have my neighbors fuming.
Oh, if I had the money, I would I want a container castle. And I want it to look like a castle.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yep. They would be fuming.
Mm.
They were like, I've been paying $300,000, almost $1 million for my place, and this man built this entire castle out of container home.
Yep.
I would have an interior designer and everything putting this bitch. I would have an architect and everything putting this whole bitch together. And all I have to do is just get somebody to come through one time painting how I want it, and that's it. It's a wrap. What else do you want? Have me some nice little solar paneling and everything. Come on now.
Oh yeah, you could run one of those off solar and battery setup easy.
Like it'd be,
you ain't got all
wonderful.
the extra bullshit, I know so many people that fell into that bigger houses, and they wind up with a 6-bedroom house. They had 3 kids. Now all the kids are gone, and they got an empty house that they don't use. I don't use my half of my house. I got a full basement. A finished basement. I don't use with a full bedroom and bathroom down there.
Oh, let me just do a quick thing. Thank you. Of course, he said great conversation. Thank you for John the Baptist. He actually just donated to me on the Cash App, so I appreciate you, good sir. It is a good conversation. We're gonna bring some more things up there as well.
Yeah, John, that would be good for your place in Texas you're looking at right there. Serious.
It would. John the Baptist coming through with the super chat, bro. With the,
I appreciate you, sir.
Appreciate you, brother.
We're not there for monetization yet, but every effort works, and of course it helps us toward getting towards that area of monetization. So we appreciate it. It's the humble beginnings for the drop by discussion.
All right, so what Resla was just talking about, y'all, I just found something in the back I think is very interesting to go exactly on. Now, this is what I think we all talking about, basically. Now these are not the container homes, they the container apartments. I love to have one of these. It's the last one I put in there, sir. It's the last.
Oh, I'm gonna want to see. Oh, I want to.
One single home is awesome. If you had a piece of land, like Mama said, 15, 20 acres, put one of these on there. Oh, people in the block is gonna be very upset with you. And then they got the thing that Mayo talk about all the time. You got your solar panels on top and shit. Now I'm saving energy.
Yep.
Oh, I want to see this. This is gonna be good. Look at that. It says apartment temporary housing.
The use of shipping containers to construct multi-story affordable housing is increasingly becoming a commonplace.
These apartments, but I'm just thinking building like that for a person.
In this video, we bring to you 13 1- and 2-bedroom apartments built from repurposed shipping containers as temporary housing for vulnerable families in Cardiff, United Kingdom. Stay tuned to find out more about this modern container housing project.
And they're not ugly.
No, they look nice.
Food container connected to a 20-foot
I live in it, bro.
container.
Look at the little patio on the side. I live in it.
In addition, there are
Look at the floor. Look at the mapping.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I'm fucking with it.
2-bedroom versus the 1-bedroom unit.
And you know what they look like in New York, Resla?
Railroad apartments.
Railroad apartments.
Yeah, exactly. Damn.
Are 6 1-bedroom units made from a 40-foot container located on the upper floors. The containers were fabricated in the workshop and transported to site for assembly and final finishes. A total of 20 shipping containers were delivered and erected over a period of 4 days. The containers are fixed
4 days just to get the structure up. 4 days.
Yep.
And let's be honest, it's 4 lazy days.
Think about this, Russell. We just got through saying right with the unfolding house. So see this right here. So just imagine if this right here, what we're looking at is unfolding house, right? And it already got the top on it. So you unfold it, right? And then you get a machine, a crane to drop another folding house on top of that. And when you unfold it, already got the only thing you got to do is just put the staircase in there.
Yep. Just do an I-beam shelf for it over top of it.
You good?
It sounds wonderful.
Not stressed out. Shit.
It sounds like a dream right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
And think about those billions California spent on homelessness. They could have put every homeless person in California in one of these for a quarter of what they spent.
Hey, let's welcome to the stage real quick, Yvette.
Wait, hello. Before you go on, you should check out that Boxable link. That's what boxables are. They're foldable, easily transportable, like mini houses. It comes with, it comes with all kinds of shit in it already. All you got to do is put the foundation down if you want it on one, and make sure that you have the sewer line going already, and just hook it in. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, just get the foundational work going and build everything on top. I 1000% agree. I think it's something we should definitely be looking forward to in the future, especially if we want to talk about homelessness.
And they can unfold them in minutes.
I dropped a
friend
link.
Of mine a friend of mine in Maine was looking at doing this for homeless school kids, like high school students.
Oh yeah.
But the only problem she ran into was the state requirements and the insurance liability was too much.
They destroyed it.
Well, I wonder if this is something that we can do because this is something that's happening a little faster than I thought it would be. But there are some particular kids that are becoming emancipated, and not because they're particularly too bright, but because I think parents have realized that if their child is bitching because of how younger people are now, if the child is bitching enough, the parents will just go out of their way to now just throw their child out in the world, which is crazy, like 16 or so.
Yeah.
So I think if we have container homes like this for younger people who are quote emancipated, it's a good way for them to start out rather than they're out in the world. They're considered an adult. They're considered smart enough to take care of themselves, but they have no resources, no nothing. I think this will be a good way to start out for them.
And you can put, a person in there on 24-hour duty in like a day room to keep an eye on the place. Have a common kitchen so they can cook, so nobody's cooking in their individual containers. And burning shit down. I mean, this is an affordable solution for a lot of problems right now.
Like the real world house, but with your own little quarters.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh shit! Yeah, Yvette, this is lit.
I'm telling you.
Yep.
Oh
yeah,
shit.
they come decked out with appliances and everything.
Well, yeah. it takes a little more work, but it looks a hell of a lot more sturdier than the one that we see from Home Depot. But you're absolutely right. This boxable site just so you guys get an idea of what I'm looking at. Look at this right here, just on the first page.
Oh yeah.
They also have retrofitted some to be like bulletproof and fire resistant and all that good stuff.
Oh yeah, because the military is the biggest buyer of stuff like this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, instant command centers and everything. Absolutely, yes.
Yep. And they're made in a factory, so an assembly line by robot.
I fucked up in going to school. I could have definitely did something like this easy.
They got 2 giant, ginormous factories in Nevada.
In the desert of all places.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Woo! That's 60 grand. Okay, I'll still take that 13. I'll do the 13. I'll start with the 13.
Yeah, but see, they got a little bit more.
You gotta buy all your own furniture.
Yeah. You got a little bit. Look like an air conditioning unit hooked onto their beds, power outlet.
That thing comes with everything.
Do you see this? It's for an electric car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, so look, so one of them boxes, bro, that they got now, you can get the solar panels put on top of there, bro. You get that box that Mayo showed me in the back, you plug that motherfucker right on up.
Right.
Yep.
You good to go.
I'd have the entire roof just solar panel.
Yep.
How many of those battery packs, Mayo, you think you need to run that house right there that they unfolded, sir?
I don't know.
Oh, those ones that I showed you before?
Yes, sir.
Like the whole house unit's just one.
One?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, bro, he showed me a badass battery, nigga. Bro, I'm telling you, with a couple of solar panels on top.
I was thinking like 6.
Can I have that?
Dude, they're running full 220 now for portable power for a house.
What we saying, baby girl? What we saying?
Can I have that link, Mayo?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Thank you.
That's what's up. These
to concrete pads, which means they can be moved easily to alternative locations in future, either all together at once or in smaller groups to different sites. The homes are constructed to the same building standards and specifications as conventionally constructed.
Can I just say I want to vouch for the spiral staircase because I don't want to go outside possibly during the rain or cold just to go to the second floor. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. So it's like spiral staircases are a win in this one.
Yeah. Here's
housing.
Yeah, here's projects. One of them. This is
each
the
home benefits from a solar panel. With the benefits fed back directly to the residents. There's also a sprinkler system and a private communal amenity space at the rear of the project for residents to enjoy. Each of the 2-bedroom houses accommodates.
Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie to you. This looked a lot like the way how the stairs went, like to the second floor. If you're thinking about like the 2-bedroom or even the 1-bedroom railroad kind of apartment, it was no different than the housing community that I was in when I was in Florida. Yeah. I'm thinking about the setup right now. It really doesn't make any difference. Those apartments still look really good. The same concept still exists. And if you're gonna tell me that from a fucking storage container that we can make the inside look like this, oh my goodness! I say tear down a lot of the houses that we already have here in the city. To be honest,
it's the aesthetics, bro. What people look at when they drive, because even the problem that people are having, you have certain individuals around, you know what I'm saying, the states of United, and what they do is they build these houses with 4 or 5 containers, and the people next door complain because they don't have the Victoria home and they don't have what the standard that they have. So, but I'm just saying, if you go to the country like Mama and me and Mayo and everybody up here was saying, bro, you get you a nice little plot of land. Oh, that's something, bro. What? You think I wouldn't live like that?
Honestly, yeah, I get it. They're talking about the aesthetics. Like when I think about just functionality, I'll take that. I'll take that any day. Well, yeah. And if it means aesthetics mean that people won't come in to try to rob my place because it looks ugly, I'm winning.
But yeah, pull up that power station right there that I put in the back.
Give me 1 second.
This is a home energy backup. This is a completely off-grid system right here. And like these batteries come with a 10-year warranty, and they're like, I think 8,000 or 5,000 cycles. But after 5,000 cycles, they're still good for 80% capacity.
I trust
me. And that'll run your whole house.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Now we're just talking about one of those resin. And what we all got right now and what we usually running on, we probably need more. But for that little bitty box that they just popped open and put together in less than 5 minutes, you should look at that house right there. You see what I'm saying? That example of that house.
OG, I think they clocked it at 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you look at this example of this house right here and that battery source, bro, that's a nice size house with a garage and everything. Nigga, you know how, bro, you gonna have all your shit gonna be lit up with that goddamn battery pack.
Yep. And if you wind up needing more power later, add another pack. Plugs right in.
But I don't think you will. Shit. For that little bitty container home, Mayo, I'm with you. Shit.
No, because they're super efficient.
Explore your possibilities.
Yeah, if that battery right there, them 4 cells is pushing a 3-car garage home, that's at least 4 or 5 bedrooms with solar panels on top. You mean to tell me it can't push a 20 by 19 box?
Yep.
You might be able to give energy back to a company, sir.
Oh yeah, they got grid tie-in systems and complete off-grid systems.
That's awesome.
That's crazy.
You charge your batteries up, and while your solar panels are still producing power, you should, with that little bitty 19 by 20, you should be able to at least get a check from the goddamn energy company if you get the right solar panels.
Yeah. And even if you get a couple of days without power, a 2,000 watt generator is all you need to recharge them batteries in a couple of hours.
Yep.
One of them little Honda EU generators.
This nigga got a whole 3-car garage with one. Look at this.
And that's all it's using to power it.
A washing machine and everything. We talking about a box.
Yeah.
This nigga got a whole dishwasher in this house.
Yep. Yeah, this is this is a 110, 220 system to run a house.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Shit, you with that little, if you put that on your box house, you and buy a Tesla, nigga, you good.
Zero fucks given right there.
Yeah,
yep, that's exactly what that was.
I think you still might be able to charge your shit up, dog.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How many solar panels I got on the house? 6. Oh yeah, you can put 6 of them on top of that box.
Oh, especially if you put them on a pole and put a solar tracker so they're facing the sun all the time.
Oh, you're good.
You ain't gonna have problems keeping them things charged.
That's awesome.
It all just boils down to one question you got to ask yourself. What am I willing to sacrifice to do all of this?
Yeah. And it's whether you're willing to pay once or pay for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Hi, Mama.
Because say this system costs you 10 grand.
Yeah.
You're going to recover that in 10 years, easy.
Absolutely.
And imagine what battery technology is going to look like in 10 years. You're going to get all of that out of one of those.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying, Resla? Now stop right there. Again, it sounded crazy when I said it, but this nigga got 2 cells in that motherfucker, right? What is it? What is that motherfucker plugged up to? A goddamn
car.
Yeah.
Yep.
6 panels on top of a house with one of those boxes, nigga. You gonna be able to run everything in your house with all the lights on all the time, and probably
I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna play a whole devil's advocate thing, right? People turn around and say, "So it ain't enough power." You know, these electric boxes ain't enough power. You need your gas. You need them.
But Resla, the thing is, solar works great on individual homes. It does not work on buildings, on commercial buildings.
Yeah.
I hear you. But there are people. But there are people who don't live in buildings who will still make that same case, and I think it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, see, I think they're not looking at the functionality of these batteries, bro. These batteries is able to run.
I think they're just. I think they're just anti-alternative energy.
Yeah, that might be.
And this battery technology is not. 5 years ago, you'd have been putting lead acid batteries in your house.
Yes, I agree with that.
But look at where we are now.
But there are still people who will be anti-alternative energy.
Because they still think it's lead acid batteries.
Possibly. Well, I guess that calls into place to how many people actually do their research as to how new we have new. Yeah, how much technology has changed. Because some people just think that one thing is made that's just the way it's always been made.
Well, think about it this way, Resla. Think about a state like Maine, right? Very rural. People literally live miles from each other.
Okay.
Imagine the cost saving of not having to run wire from house to house.
That would be awesome.
And maintain that wire and those poles and that grid. The electric company can literally put this in your house and charge you for it monthly. It would be cheaper.
I agree.
Good idea. Let's do that. Let's buy a whole bunch of them and get people.
Honestly, if I had the money and I'd be a third-party supplier, I'd still make a killing.
Yeah. To get one power pole in Maine put in the ground.
Too much.
It's
$3,500 a pole.
Yeah, sounds about right.
If you're, 200 yards into your property, you're 20 grand in fucking just in poles and wire.
Here they're trying to put them all underground now because all the wildfires and stuff, and that's obviously going to be a big cost to dig all the trenches and bury.
Yeah, but that's still cheaper than poles.
So I want to show the pricing. I want to show the pricing, but by no way are we saying here, by being OG in the drop by discussion, we're saying that this is a sponsor or advertiser. But if they want to pass some money, they pass some dollars our way. We're not gonna object to that.
Hey, the emails is in the description, people.
Yes, Blue Eddie.
Emails and cash apps are in the description.
If you feel the need to sponsor this
I'm talking to the I'm talking about the tech company. You just email us. Hey, I'll make sure I make a special commercial for you. We'll push the shit out of you and send us some.
I'll make a whole 3-minute video for you.
And Blue Eddie is only one company that's doing this. There's 5 other companies that are doing these systems, and they're all competing for your dollar.
Yeah.
Okay, so we looking at this right, Resla. So that's one whole system. They tell you there's the 4 base, the 3 base, and the 2 base. So I'll be looking at more of a 3 base.
3 base.
Really 3 base wouldn't even, like I said, I think that'd be too much power for that goddamn box. I think you can run that box with a 2 base. I really think you in a sub panel, a 2 base.
Oh yeah, you need one base, one sub panel. You need 1 inverter and probably 3 batteries. So go back, roll back.
You don't even need the power shelter.
No, that's right. That's if you want to put it outside.
Yeah.
Look, so we're talking about that each one of these bases. So look, so they got the 2 bases right there for 8,000 or something. I'm saying you get the 2 bases and you just get the panel and everything, so you could just tie into it. I don't want to get the 3 or the 4. The 4 look like they just show 1 4 running a goddamn whole 3-bedroom house with 3-car garage. I think that's way too much.
I'm in agreement. The 3 base with the panels seem to be doing it. 3 batteries and the panels would be enough.
Yep.
What is it? It says 2 is at 9,920 watt. What does it say? WH. Oh
now
yeah.
The sad part, I paid more than that to have power lines run 75 feet.
Yep.
We're gonna forgive you. You just didn't know.
Yep.
We're all discovering it today.
Well, but these systems didn't exist when she did that either.
Also true.
Because
I mean, this is going to open up wilderness that's been unlivable in the United States. Land that you literally could never build on before because you just couldn't get hookups.
Yep.
And solar was too expensive by the watt hour.
Get yourself an incinerator toilet. You're good.
Honestly, if she wants to, she can get one of those freaking containers, probably even in half, and she can make her own luxury bathroom. Her own luxury outhouse, and it'd be a whole goddamn sauna.
A she shed outhouse.
That link I threw up is it should be a time lapse of a couple that built a container mansion in the middle of nowhere by themselves. I think it took them about a year to do it.
Mm-hmm. You can start it, Wesley. Go ahead, Mama.
But a little background on this couple. They bought this piece of land, cleared it, and they lived in a 30-foot yurt in the middle of frickin' nowhere while they put all this stuff together. They're somewhere between British Columbia, Canada, and Alaska.
I don't know. All right, man. Don't dox them. Don't dox them now. You're gonna say how many kids they got, how many dogs they got.
Well, they'll show that later. But they started out all alone. They weren't even married when they started this. But
Mama got the tea on all their life. Jeez.
All right, so hey, if you go to like the 7-minute mark, bro, it'll show them building New York or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The spot that they stayed in, boy, they was doing a container home and stuff. And then if you go to the and that's like the process of them living and shit. They going through, they talking and process of buying and everything in between. Then the next one go to is like 24 minutes, and you will see him doing the process of putting all the container homes together.
Okay.
The roof rafters and the different layers of the yurt, which included a inside layer that you would see when you live inside the space.
Crazy.
A thin layer
I
of
just bought a used RV trailer
and then a top cover that would be the weatherproofing, blocking elements from getting inside.
They built this shit like they've been to Africa before.
Those of you who have followed our channel for quite some time,
well, it comes in all one pieces.
We thought it was important just to show you the history of what we've been living in the past 5 years.
You can buy them like that, or you can go get the wood yourself, but you can get a whole yurt.
If you notice, the yurt is surrounded by foliage, alder, hemlock,
they're about
spruce,
30,000
and cedar.
Mm-hmm.
We truly are in a temperate rainforest. There are tropical rainforests and there are rainforests in temperate climates. So the rainforest we live in can get 12 to 20 feet of rain per year, but it's also a colder climate where the sun will disappear low in the sky for months on end during the wintertime. This proved to be very challenging for us in the first 2 years, especially because the yurt had a hard time blocking moisture from getting inside. Even though we have a wood stove inside the yurt, which heats up and dries out the living space, our wood was wet, and we didn't have enough time to season wood since we were newbies to the area. The first 2 years were very challenging to get a hot fire going that wasn't full of smoke, but we did the best we could. And Nicole,
oh my goodness, hold on. This is gonna be upsetting. It's gonna be upsetting. But shout out to the women that actually do build with their men. Literally build with their men.
Yep.
Yep.
The ones that ain't afraid to get dirty.
Yo.
And break nails and shit.
For life. You got to get out
there.
Yo.
Come on now. Damn.
She's
worthy of a viral Pinterest post inside the yurt.
Make them a pallet stir. Now you can go to like 24 minutes and you'll see them do the container homes. Yeah, because right now they about to buy them and shit. But at 24 minutes, you see that some bitch come together, boy. Yeah. He building the shit out there, whole boy. He ain't playing with that.
Look at that.
We had to stay focused to the end. I didn't want to drop the 8 ball at the end of the project. And that's a great shot of the
5 pallets right there. That's like 5 containers.
Turn around the crane truck into position. And once we dropped that one down, Nicole and I looked at each other and had a moment of silent celebration as our home was no longer a figment of our imagination, but it was a reality sitting there right in front of us.
Yeah, that thing ain't going nowhere. I watched the video how they make them couplings, how they hook onto each other.
We went to bed that night feeling
if you pull that thing ain't going nowhere.
What I'm thinking about right now is how do they make sure that they get all the seams
framing the house
covered
and turning it
for
into
leakage?
Welding.
They're welded. Yeah.
There's still so much work to be done. We're looking forward to showing it to you guys here on the YouTube channel. So please subscribe and follow our journey. Let's cut away and give you guys a little tour of what the plan is and what the inside of the 2 different floors of the shipping container home looks like.
That's crazy. That's 6.
Yeah. Because the one at the top looked like it's just 1, but it's 2.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know that's most likely tempered glass.
Bye.
Yeah.
The braces in there.
Yeah, they don't have the windows put in yet or anything, so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, let's go. Yay! Our house is leaking.
Oh no. Oh my god, you scared me so much.
We just got them braces
thought
up for right
something was
now.
coming
Shit,
to
once
get
they
us, like
seal
a
everything
T-Rex or
in, you can remove all that shit.
Get together. Here we go.
Put you one of them beans, man. You was talking about at the top. Yeah, that motherfucker's not gonna buckle.
Watch how happy he is. Okay, come here, come on. You get this half. Here we go. Let's go. There you go, let's go.
So this is our kitchen. Welcome to our kitchen, everybody.
And just so for perspective, look outside. What's outside there?
So outside we have our.
Not yo.
I thought this was a time lapse.
I'm just thinking about it right now, right? Like, let's just say. I mean, they're a little further out because they're in the rainforest or whatever. But just because it's a container house, you already created a better secured structure from any attacks. That's bulletproof right there. I saw the big windows
it's not
or whatever.
quite bulletproof, but it's better.
You're gonna go through that.
It's better insulated than your fucking standard door that's sitting in the projects.
Oh yeah. That's
hands down.
That's better insulated than and waterproof than your standard freaking house in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, see, from the inside, wrestler, only thing you have to do, and it's gonna sound fucked up, but once you open up them doors from the outside, yeah, that's good. But once you get inside that bitch to fortify that, if you pull a braid and put something, a piece of metal going across that piece right there, oh, that motherfucker's not gonna open.
You're stuck. Yeah,
you ain't breaking into that.
You got to put the
you're
material
fucked.
there. But yeah, you're gonna be good. You're right.
If they trap you in and they smoke you out, you're fucked.
Yeah. Well, that too. I'm talking about somebody trying to get in there because it opens from the outside. But if you put something on the back of it,
I hear you. But let's just do the opposite way around that, right? Let's just say some motherfucker got some real nasty intention and you ain't got the right fortification, and they weld your shit shut.
Oh, that's easy. I'm just gonna come out. I got a whole top I can get. I got a whole deck on top of this motherfucker I can walk on top of. It's 2-story. I can come out through the windows.
Do they have the stairs in the inside?
Ressa.
Oh, you talking about this time? Okay.
Yeah. I'm putting flamethrowers over the door, sir.
He said flamethrowers.
Yeah, I'm doing all type of shit. Hey, I'm with Mayo, bro. Cause look, you got to think about how that's made, bro. If you had everything done in the house, right, and somebody try to fuck with you, depending on what you make your roof like, if you turn the whole top of them 3 containers that's sitting next to those 2 that you got on top into a top patio, oh, bro, I'm picking your ass off. You're gonna have to blow this whole goddamn house up if you want to seal my doors, bro. I'm just gonna shoot you from the top of the house.
And those 40-foot containers cost on average of about $2,500 to $3,500 a piece. They've got 6 of them. It's what?
Well, the expensive.
320 square foot per container.
Yeah.
So
the expensive part is the modification and all the metal work.
Yeah.
Like having the windows cut out and framed like that. That's where the cost comes in with this stuff.
Unless you know how to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you learn how to do it, like Mama said. You learn how to do this shit yourself. You pretty much good.
Oh yeah, and it's what, a year at Votech?
Yeah.
At your local Votech?
If that much.
Yep. Yeah, I was about to say you really don't even need that really on the cool to do that type of welding, because basically, I mean, it's structure welding. Yeah, you're gonna need a little bit. You're gonna need to know your different metals and shit.
Yeah.
But as long as you got the pieces there, because you can buy kits, bro. I mean, people are smart enough, bro, to put a whole kit together for you to put a whole window in a trailer home. I mean, in a container home.
I agree.
Shit made for you already. You just got to put the shit on there and do what you need to do to it.
Yeah, cut it out and throw it in.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna go ahead and you want to go ahead and run to this next, bro. What's that motherfucker? That first one I put in there. Go ahead and go that crazy ass shit.
Coon clean.
Skipping. Yeah, we're gonna be going through it. We ain't gonna watch the whole thing. We're gonna be showing different parts of it. I can show you where to go to and where to go to it on. But
is this that raccoon?
Yeah, ain't nobody, all people, everybody ain't seen it. So we're not gonna go through the cleaning of the raccoon, but we trying to get to.
Wait.
You ain't seen this wrestler?
Whoa. Did you say cleaning of a raccoon?
Yeah, they do a clean. Now we can show the cleaning, but I'm telling you right now, me and Mayo gonna have words to say.
Are they eating raccoon?
Yeah, that dress is something else.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They eating raccoon. We're gonna see this mess. Because I remember having a conversation with residents before, and everybody up here on the panel, just to let everybody in the chat know, everybody up here on the panel can cook. We can cook.
Yeah.
And it's certain things that we know, certain things that we do that we all agree on. So it's certain things on this video. If you have not seen it, this will be surprising to you. This is something that I learned new. Didn't know you can do it like this, but we're gonna show y'all. So if you want to go through the processes, I can tell you where to go to, and we can do it that way, sir. If you want to see the whole thing, but without going through all the extra talking and all that.
Sir, I'm not like sauteed raccoon. Like okay, we'll just have to go through this. My mind is spinning right now. Oh my goodness. Where you want me to start from, or from the beginning is fine.
All right, so we're gonna get you to go to at least give me the 7-minute mark, sir. We're gonna start there. We're gonna try to get this fast.
Oh my gosh, she got the bitch hung. Oh, she's skinning the bitch. God damn. Oh my goodness. Oh shit.
Welcome to Country Life. Hey y'all, I gotta run though. I gotta get up early in the morning.
All right, Mayo.
All right.
Yeah, that dress is something special.
Oh yeah, that is.
Y'all have
I
a good
can't wait
night.
to show them that. All right, Mayo.
All right, Mayo. Have a good night.
Good night.
So she's right now preparing the raccoon, y'all. We like I said, we just gonna let her show a little bit, you know what I'm saying? That y'all see that she's trying to prepare this raccoon before they get ready to do what they're gonna do with it. So
Ah!
What's with the faces, Resla? This good stuff.
She's trying to rip the fucking skin off, and I'm just
Yeah, she's doing it wrong.
Part of the skinning process.
Yeah, but they are, to me, they already messed up a couple of techniques on it, and especially when they get ready to go into the gut. But like I said,
trying to get to the bone of that tail.
Yeah. So the next thing you can go to, so y'all already know what she's doing. Hey, how you doing, Josh?
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm just. I came here because I want to watch Resla's face, right? This is the entertainment right here.
It's gonna get very, very good, bro. So Resla, you can take it to I think 2050, sir. Yeah, 2050, so you can go to 2050.
Oh, you hear the tearing? Oh, you the peeling of that fat from the flesh. Oh,
I'll make this argument, Resla. Raccoon is better than squirrel, both in taste and in cost effectiveness when you're talking about eating. If you take the cost of a shotgun shell, you'll feed more with that raccoon than you would with a squirrel.
Sir, I have never had squirrel gravy or anything in my life like that, so I wouldn't know.
Oh my God.
This is gonna blow your mind then.
Oh,
so like I say, if you go to the first process, like I say, is getting the meat from the hide. You can go to 2050. You'll see what the next process you gonna do. Yeah.
So how long you been 2050.
Dirty, how can you be friends with this Yankee? He doesn't even know what food is.
Well, just like
I am a sea boy.
She pouring the milk on it.
All right, y'all, we got some
milk.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I gotta show you her whole recipe. I can't go halfway. We gotta give you the whole thing. Like,
Is that milk or buttermilk?
But I like regular milk.
Yeah, it looked like 2% to me. I thought it seemed red on it. I mean, blue. It's red.
Yeah,
so
it's red. It's red.
Yeah, that's 2%.
And then we're gonna go to. All right.
And I need
next time stamp would be.
And you see the rock that she got on her fingers? She's spinning that motherfucker.
What you thought rednecks were poor? No, sir.
20. The next time step, if you want to, you can go to 26.
But we got more milk, so if we still farm, it's okay.
Yeah, right in there. There you go.
All right, so I gotta
So
hurry
this is
up.
the next day. She let it sit in the milk overnight.
We're gonna wash it down
till the next day.
She gonna
in the ice bath.
Spray them down and get them boiling. And I got a little surprise.
They're gonna continue to clean it.
Coon, she making a coon side dish. Stay tuned.
Wait, hold up, wait, pause, wait.
You heard it. You heard it. You heard it. You heard it. You heard what you said.
Hold up. So what the fuck is a side dish to a side of raccoon?
Sir, you about to find out.
I need to.
Sir, you about to find the hell out. This is what you call cooking on a whole nother level that I never seen in my life.
I was telling myself, I'm gonna wait till after the show and I'm gonna eat. Now I was like,
Say hey, Auntie. Hey, how y'all doing? That's Aunt Judy. Y'all, this the fun Auntie.
Judy gonna be playing no games.
The one we used to go to her house and have a ball.
Oh, it's already feel tender.
Cause it soaked so long.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't get no milk on the damn channels.
Yeah.
You gotta wash the milk off. Now she about to scrape all this fat up off of this motherfucker.
So Auntie
She
just
about to get all
trim
that
up the
fat
coon
up
a
off
little
this
bit.
motherfucker. She about
She
to
said
trim
there's
all
some
that
little
fat up off
glands
the
and parts of the leg she need to cut out. She know what she doing.
Oh, I ain't putting out a long time. I had to find.
Sir, how many raccoon dishes have you had?
Oh, I done had a lot now.
I told you.
Eating that eyes way better than that.
Yeah. Cause they'll be greasy, Mom.
I'm not opposed to trying it. This is just weird to me. Oh,
that nigga said, "Oh."
Wait, no, hold up. What is the weird part? The fact that people are actually like skinning and cleaning their own meat?
I'm not. Okay, hold on. I'm not a stranger to. I cook a lot. I'm not opposed to skinning, cooking meat. Like but I'm also weird in a way. Like I am a person that also like. Let's just say if I'm cooking fish, right?
Right.
In my mind, even though I grew up with a lot of people who are West Indian, I still don't like heads on my fish. I'm just one of those people.
Yeah, sure. We all have pet peeves. I'm trying to understand what exactly is your issue with this. Is it the cleaning process?
It's not the cleaning process. In my mind, I'm trying to sort out what is the smell, what is the. Because I don't know what the smell is. I don't know if it smells like regular beef. I don't know if it smells like regular chicken. Like I don't. I'm trying to figure out what the smell is. It's not. And as I'm hearing the sound, I'm trying to. Because to me, the way when I'm cleaning things, I'm always correlating smell with texture with sound. So now my senses are going crazy because I'm hearing a sound, but I can't correlate texture and smell.
Okay. So it's just like the process.
It's underwhelming of my senses right now. So I can't think about it. What's going on? And then I'm trying to think about what the fuck will this actually taste like? Keep in mind that we're talking about vermin. I don't necessarily eat vermin.
But to be fair, like a squirrel is technically a rat too.
Sir, I have never eaten a squirrel in my life.
Okay. If you think possum is like the weirdest,
I've never eaten possum. I never eaten possum, sir.
Oh man,
I've never eaten vermin.
You got to get out more, right? You can't just turn food down. You have to at least try everything.
I'm not saying I'm turning food down, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to be apprehensive about the thing that I need to try first.
What about mountain oysters?
Say what?
What about mountain oysters?
Balls.
Yes, I've had those. But like the same way how
So you're eating goat testicles, but not anything else.
Okay, so outside in the wilderness, let me tell you, is the wildest thing that I've eaten that I didn't expect to eat, and that was bear.
Okay.
Bear, gator, shark. Those are the most wildest things that I've eaten.
Gator's good.
Gator good and bear good. Shit, shark good. You know which one.
So I'm not. It's not like It's not like I'm not open to trying things that are quote foreign to me. But there are things that I just never think. Like you could unless I'm desperate, you wouldn't convince me to say like, "Yo, rat is good." Things that are considered to be roadkill, like small animals, I do not consider as consumption. Like you wouldn't convince me to eat a cat.
Well, it depends on what you prefer, right?
Really? Because I was just in Vietnam. I mean, like they have.
Hey, whoa, sir. Vietnam is Vietnam.
Yeah, but they eat dog and cat here.
Right, but the same way how we could talk about China, I would not consider eating monkeys and monkey brain. I just or dog meat. I just wouldn't want to do it.
Okay, I mean, like I get it. So it's not really the.
It's not like I'm opposed to saying like I am very much of a mindset of saying when in Rome, do what Rome does. I'm fine with it. But it doesn't mean that I don't have. There's not a process of warming up to that. And right now, this is a foreign process to me.
Sure, I get it. So that's what I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Is it the process of cleaning it, or is it the idea of what it is?
It's the ideal of what it is.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Like that's fair. I tell you, raccoon's actually pretty damn good. Possum, it's a little.
Yes, it is.
It's a little greasy and stringy. I would say raccoon would be better than possum.
So look, so right now she's scraping off the fat, as you can see. She's getting the most fat that she can get up off right now. Go to 36-30.
Okay.
And then we're gonna start from there.
I swear, if this thing looks good.
Oh no, sir. Yeah, I'm not gonna eat it.
You're not gonna eat it? Oh my goodness.
I ain't fucking with it. Now that I seen what they did, so you see what I'm talking about. So she putting all her onions and her celery and her seasonings and everything inside her water.
Making dressing.
I can't tell. Is that chili pepper seeds?
Yep.
Okay.
Put this on the ground. On medium.
Once you got it seasoned down, she wanted on a little medium heat. And that's what we're going to do. Get it up there and let it boil.
On medium heat.
Just go ahead and help her out. Every little thing she needs to do. I'm going to just set her up for success. I'm going to talk her. I'm going to prep her. I'm her assistant today. I'm going to get the right song. And Auntie probably whip up some cornbread.
Oh, yeah. You should have seen the fat come off that. That's where I get that from, my mama. It can't go bad. It's buttermilk. So I win away. Okay, it's okay. It's buttermilk. Well, it's already sour.
It can go bad, but I understand what you're saying.
That's real cornbread right there.
Got rid of
anything all scratch.
Buttermilk. I stood there a long time. So I'll make me some good bread.
Probably be better. Have a little more twang.
A little more twang. Put a little sugar with that twang.
A little more twang.
I'll tell you what, Grandma there, she a dying breed. They are not. They are going out. You'll play hell trying to find a grandma that does really good, decent home cooking.
Buttermilk, flour, eggs.
You're on a whole nother level right here, though, Josh. You'll see what I'm talking about here in a minute, bro. This is a whole nother level right here.
I forgot my sugar last time I made it. So what, you just throw it in here like this?
Yeah, and just put it in the oven. And I pour the bread in.
You doing a batter and gonna bake it?
Well, she's making a cornbread right now.
Oh, okay. I see. Now I'm more of a fan of Martha White cornmeal mix.
Yeah. She's making an old school cornbread.
So
you heat up the butter, mix it into the bread, stir it into the bread, and then put it back in the pan.
So she about to make raccoon and cheddar biscuits? Is that what I'm about to hear right now?
Y'all done met Uncle Brother Pastor James. Y'all done met Mama, Daddy, Sister, Brother.
Uncle Pastor James Twin.
Yes, you are. Then I forgot about that. Uncle James and Aunt Judy. Sometimes I forget y'all twins because y'all don't look that much alike.
I never thought about cornbread in a baking pan. We always used iron skillets.
It's not
quite.
Oh, I'm used to it in the baking pan.
Really? Huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. I did turn it down because we
not too much.
Wait, what's simmering on the stove?
Nah, that's that raccoon with the
raccoon's in this.
Yeah, the raccoon is boiling with the vegetables and shit.
Oh, my sense is going crazy. I'm trying to imagine the smell.
Take the onions and celery from my
She got the eggs. She chopping up the eggs now.
Stir that dressing together.
So she making an egg salad. Okay.
You ain't never heard of it.
Salad.
Right here,
I
we
said
have
the
sweet
same
potato
thing when I
going in
first
the oven
seen
for
it.
probably about an hour and a half. You can't have coon without sweet potatoes.
Hey, that man cut him off.
What you doing or what? You want anything?
Yeah. It's full of meat.
Oh, my sense is going crazy. He's trying to wonder what the smell of that is.
Oh, no, Father.
All them seasonings in that motherfucker should smell good.
Not very much.
See,
I should love the pot of turkey neck.
Yeah, it really do, don't it?
Let me get your spoon. He doing enough to probably taste. No, it ain't. Mama is in doubt about the coon. See what he needs. He must be good. I'm scared. Oh God. We gonna taste the cool stuff. All right, y'all. Tastes like a coon.
Wow. Okay.
It's so
She said, "Wow."
Tastes like a coon.
There's some more onion and some little Creole season.
We had a little onion Creole. We going back about another hour.
Creole season. I didn't think of the Creole season.
You got the cook.
Yeah, she had to put some more onion and some more Creole
It's
seasoning.
very tender.
It's tender, see?
Yes, it's good.
Let's see that fork, too.
All I understood is that coon didn't cook long enough.
But shit, look like it's been cooking for a little minute. It's burning down.
So,
Off the bone.
get a little tender. Probably about 30 more minutes and it'll be ready.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm going to test it and see how it tastes.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little bit of it.
It's tender, Auntie. Well, cool and taste this.
Oh, yeah.
Let me taste it. Let me try him. Because you're supposed to say that. You cooked them. That's a little too big. You don't know if I like coon. All right, y'all. Here go that coon.
Relax.
It's good.
You should have made it spicy.
It's good.
Not it's good. He good.
Very good.
Yeah, Reza caught
Taking them
that.
out, getting ready to put them in the oven.
What?
All right.
You come and say what?
Hold it. And I'm going to get your sauce for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so how long did that we cook them? After we trim that fat, you season them down, got them onions and the celery and stuff in there, and we cooked them about how long? About 3 hours or 2? 2.5.
I say about 2.5, close to 3 hours.
I feel like we cooked them about 3. I'll open this.
Oh, Lord.
It's very tender. See there?
Zuma said the folks are diabolical. And then you slather some barbecue and hot sauce all over it.
Barbecue and ketchup,
It's
sir.
already good. And barbecue.
That did not look like ketchup.
Sir, that was ketchup in her hand. Barbecue and ketchup.
I was done when they put the once they put the barbecue
Italian
on.
dressing, sir. Do you see that? Italian dressing. Just Italian dressing. Barbecue sauce and ketchup. Yes, sir.
That's the secret sauce.
That sound like
It would have been better as a stew. If they're going to barbecue it, just go ahead and barbecue it.
You know what? Coon stew? Sure. Fine.
For the first time.
That's the part I didn't get. The crackers. What's going with the crackers?
And those are like two different kind of crackers she's crushing together.
It is. It's the square crackers, the salted crackers, and then you get the little club crackers.
Oh no!
You call those club crackers?
Yeah, or like
Okay.
Circle.
Yeah, well, we just call them Ritz crackers. I guess because of the brand, but I mean,
Ritz. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Well, no. I just say I think I've heard them called club crackers before. I can't. It's been so long.
The club crackers usually come with the you go to certain places. So
oh, that is a fact.
Sweet cracker.
That is a fact.
Cracker, but it's pretty good.
Damn, I got to get back south. I fucking hate the north. I got to get back south.
That's a fact. Kingdom Minded. Now it's in the pot.
Kingdom Minded say that's trash. If you should put cornflakes on that bitch, nigga, I say, wait a minute.
Cornflakes, crackers. What the hell?
Oh, she making her own stuffing?
Not her own stuffing.
Shit.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, nigga. Yes.
Perfect amount, ain't it?
Rice.
What the fuck?
Rice, corn chips, cornbread, crackers.
Yeah, if you bake that, it's gonna come out like a stuffing, basically, like a.
I've never seen this recipe in my life, and there goes the eggs. Oh my days.
He's that God is not happy.
Oh no.
Hey Zoomer, I gotta put you up there, brother.
What's that on top?
Hey, sir. Nigga,
and some coon flavoring.
Yeah, that coon sauce.
Yeah,
that thing, baby. That coon sauce, nigga. Hey, you see it?
It's a casserole.
Oh, it looks gooey. Oh, oh God.
Throw some more coon sauce in and then mix it up.
Oh no, there's no way I'm taking a spoonful of that shit.
That's a fact.
Oh my God, a slop right now. That's slop. That is big slop, sir. Oh my goodness. That is the runs all night. And egg? Oh,
yes, sir. Gotta bind that thing.
If you don't bake that shit, it can't be done.
That's some onions and what you call it that she had cooking in the skillet.
Oh, she's just mixing in random shit and gonna make it work.
That's the onions and shit. She was letting cook while she was putting everything together.
Yo. Zoomer says she's a pig, and this is apparently what they must be pigs. Oh, that's slop. That is damn. Just throw that in the trough. That's in the trough.
All right, y'all saw us skin down that coon and clean it. Y'all saw us soak it. We got it boiled, made some dressing. That dressing is gonna be on about an hour. And then you gonna see coon dressing for the first time.
Coon dressing.
I never.
That's a fact.
30 minutes so the dressing can dry out. And y'all, we gonna have our first coon dressing. We'll be here to let you know what it's like live and in color. Might be a mess. Might be good. We'll see.
Just tell me who I got to fight to get to the dinner table. That's
oh
all I
my
need.
Lord, I can't.
Josh, you need to stop.
I can't.
I'm eating it. I'm going to eat it.
Bro, first of all, they put Italian dressing. Barbecue sauce and ketchup.
I agree that they cheated at the barbecue function, right? Like you might as well have just done the barbecue. We just pulled out the damn grill and gone at it that way. I would agree with that one. But damn, I'm still not passing it up. I'm gonna eat.
Oh shit. Wait. Oh wait. So y'all are watching, right? To y'all who are watching the chat. How many of y'all gonna be eating this coon pulled pork? This cool pulled meat. It ain't even pork.
No.
How many of y'all gonna have a coon pulled sandwich?
I will fight you for your seat at the dinner table. I will literally fight you to sit at that dinner table.
Oh God!
I'm walking.
Yo, no, sir. You brought this to us. You're not about to fight Josh for this.
But y'all up north, Josh. You know what, Josh? I'm taking White Castle over this, sir. I'm not even.
I can't. I'll switch it with you. You can have my place up south or up north, right? And I'll go back down south. We can trade. I miss the food.
I ain't eating that. I'm letting you know that right now.
Yo, no, sir. You want us to see this? I need to know if you vouching to have some of these coon ribs with a coon slider. And that slop is fucking sides. I just need to know if you gonna eat that.
I have to cook it. I'm not eating theirs.
I will tell you though, that is the most unhealthiest food you could pot. That's cholesterol. That's a heart attack waiting to happen.
That's a fact.
Like the Southerners, they kind of have that pot belly. We have it for a reason, right? This stuff will kill you. But damn, it's good.
Yeah, you said there's not a small person in that kitchen. Oh my goodness.
Hey, that's what my cousin said. He said, "I bet you it probably tastes good." I said, "I don't know about that, brother. I don't know about
not that slop. Not from the ingredients that I saw."
Wait a minute, but keep on playing it, sir. Keep on playing it.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, my aunt been wanting to cool for so long. She said it up.
She couldn't wait. She fucking it up already.
Yes, she want another one. It's all it here first. Don't go copying my aunt's stuff. Dressing is ready. Once he about to try it. Yes. And I'm gonna try some too. Once he get hers out the middle.
Yeah, that is somewhere between a casserole and a stuffing. I can't really.
No, that's just straight up slop.
I guess it's just only the stop. And then the dressing the hit.
I've never seen coon slop before. This is totally new.
It's a hit, nigga. You heard her.
Put down your hen.
I don't trust her.
Put down your turkey. Get your coon and boil it down.
Oh no, that's not a slogan. No.
Baby, it's a hit. Baby, it's successful. Grab little Ricky and boil him down and make your pen of dressing.
Damn, I'm ashamed of being a Ricky
and boil him down.
You did it, baby.
Playing more and more.
Right. That nigga boil him down, bro.
Zuma said she needs to divest.
It don't taste like no coon at all, do it?
Oh, that man ain't got no teeth in his mouth
right,
anyway.
Aftermath, guys. What you think?
It's gone.
It was good. All right, that's the verdict. And then we got another plate in here. This
no, he said it was gone. There's no teeth in his mouth.
The verdict is in, guys.
The
coon dressing is a hit. Let me see you, auntie. My mama went to bed, y'all. Look at her spoon. It was amazing. It was a hit, y'all.
Oh no.
All right, that's gonna conclude this video. As always,
yeah, I'm trying to kill Granddaddy for the insurance money.
And share. And if you're new here, welcome. You too can be a part of the PGO squad. All you gotta do is press the subscribe button. Thank you for being here, squad. Thank you, Aunt Judy.
Thank you for having me.
All right, bye, squad.
No.
He said no.
No.
All right, you can go to the one underneath that one now, bro.
She said the PGO squad.
Hey, I was just saying though, get you some of that coon dressing, Resla. some of them eggs and crackers and corn
and
flakes.
slop. No, thank you, sir. I don't want no coon dressing, no coon slop, no coon pork, no coon sliders, no coon ribs. Like, just oh my days. No, that's not it. That is not it. Oh my goodness.
You heard she said Auntie seasoned it down. You hear me? She seasoned it down, Resla.
And you want me to listen to this man who ain't got no teeth in his mouth, probably can't taste shit. Talk about it gone.
It was tender, Resla. He had no teeth.
He said it was tender. You don't need
go past
teeth.
The gums only. That's why it's tender.
You don't need teeth to eat that. That meat will just falling off the bone, right? You don't need teeth.
That's a fact. Say, Resla, think what he put on there. You think they didn't make that meat tender, bro? He had Italian dressing, barbecue sauce, and ketchup.
I can't. Yo, Kingdom Minded. Yo.
I'm just saying. Can you run a point tonight? That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh shit. I can't.
Wait,
we're just trying to teach you that there are alternative lifestyles should shit hit the fan.
Yeah, you're gonna be eating coon dressing, Resla. Now you know how to make it, sir.
No, that I will. It will never look like that. Even if I was forced to make it, it would never look like that.
We're gonna be calling Resla. Mama, like, Mom, did you call Resla today and tell him what season to put in their slop?
Sir, listen. I can tell you this right now. I have never ate an animal and referred to it as he or she ever in my life.
I just don't know.
Never eaten chicken that said he tastes good, she tastes good. It's not happened.
Damn,
it hasn't happened.
I wouldn't eat they coon, but I trust my coon, Mama coon. I trust some other people coon, but not theirs.
Sorry, I just never referred. I've never referred to my food as its sex. I just never did that before.
Damn. Just damn. See, this is what's wrong with Yankees. It's a Yankee problem.
Yeah. You gotta get that coon in your life.
Dirty
in my life.
Dirty, you're gonna have to start calling Resla an elitist. That's the term to call him, an elitist. Don't let him get away with that shit.
Listen, I've been born and raised in the city. I have dealt with plenty of country folks. Half, like a good portion of my family's country. I've even dealt with my West Indian folks, and I'm glad to be called a Yankee. I am fine with it, but I have never been told I need to have some coon in my life. That is
we gotta get you some. You know what I'm talking about? With some slop dressing. You hear me? Yeah,
no slop. Oh no. No,
you hadn't never sat down at the breakfast table and said, "Are we eating Henry or Sally?"
No, never.
Oh God, that's the best part.
Even on the family farm, we were not allowed to name animals.
Oh hell, that was the best part. You gotta name them.
We understood the purpose of them. We did not listen. We did not name animals. I did not want to tackle an animal that was named.
There's a really good reason to name them, right? And you give them that name so when you're slaughtering them, you pretty much remember all of them times you had to get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning to feed them or run off other predators, kind of thing, right? You need to have that name to take that aggressiveness out when that butcher knife comes down, right? Like you just got to have that in there. Adds extra flavor.
Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Only why I name them is because, like I say, when you cook them real good, you be like, boy, Fred. When I cooked Fred, I had him with that extra lemon pepper sauce on him. You know what I'm saying? He was popping. Then, you know, when we threw April in the oven, you know what I'm saying? She roasted up pretty good. You got to throw the name on it. Old George was the pig. We busted down.
No, Jason. I need to be told that coon is in my chopped cheese.
And
I need to be told.
Then for the rest of
that coon head cheese, we're gonna hook Rez up.
Then for the rest of your life, when you walk down the street and you meet somebody and they say, "My name's Henry," you can go, "Oh, I had a hog named Henry one time."
No, I'm sorry. I don't want to be sitting amongst my friends and just I gotta go to the bathroom, man. That coon is fucking my stomach up. That is not going to be.
I will say this, because I've never really understood why there's such a vast difference. I never really understood why there was such a vast difference in the food between the South and the North, considering they both have aside from like gator, there's generally there's the same availability. But when I started looking through the DEC, it looks like the Northeast region, and I'm only speaking of the Northeast region, there have been for the last 15 years, large numbers of outbreaks of rabies and Lyme disease, which would affect a lot of these animals.
Yeah, so it's a great example why we don't eat them.
No.
In those regions, not in the South. Those outbreaks never really existed in the South.
Well, then you understood why we don't do that.
We were saving their lives. We were saving their lives from long, slow torture.
Mama, we are not going to have rabies gravy. It's not going to happen.
To be fair, right, those stats are kind of speculative. I can't make that claim as a fact.
I have not seen a raccoon that did not hiss and foam at the mouth.
Well, I mean, if it was running into you, I mean, it was Yankee. I'd be kind of pissed off, want to bite you too, right? I mean,
raccoons are out here. I've seen raccoons at public pools. I've seen raccoons at tennis courts. I've seen raccoons in the park. I've seen raccoons by houses. I've seen raccoons in the freaking alleys.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I take it you've never eaten muskrat, then?
No.
We gotta get this boy out here in the wilderness.
Yeah, we got to get you down south, Resla. We get you know what? When I get back stateside, we're gonna load up. We're gonna go down there, catch up with Dirty. Right? We're gonna do a barbecue.
All right. That's like asking me. Listen, have you ever had a possum with cocaine? Like, no.
We're not going to tell you what you're eating. We're just going to put the plate in front of you.
See, that's the problem. I talk about critical thought. I ask for everything. I want to know the ingredients of the things that I eat.
We'll tell you after you eat it.
Yeah, we got you, brother. Don't worry about it.
All right.
We'll barbecue everything for you.
This is not a trick question. Have you ever eaten beaver?
No.
Nah, I ain't never had beaver.
Which one?
Beaver.
Then Mama ain't no one come to me and give me beaver steaks ever.
Yes, both kinds. But now we eat beaver up in the north. So there's plenty of upstate New York has a shitload of them.
Listen, I've been upstate New York. I have never sat down in any restaurant or any local mom and pop place.
Of course.
Have you ever had beef? Have you got a side of beaver steaks for you?
Well, first of all, you're not going to do it you're not going to sit down and find it in a local restaurant because technically speaking, shooting them is illegal. We're poaching, sir. We're poaching.
Now you have to trap them. Gotta trap them.
Not me. I go down to the lake. I go down to the lake and shoot them.
Beaver bacon.
I've had beaver
and I can't with man.
I've had beaver and muskrat, and they both came from New Jersey, so I know they eat them up there.
Yep. It's locals, right? You're not going to go into a restaurant and find them. It'll be the locals. And it seems to be the case wherever you go. If you really want to eat the local cooking, you got to meet a family. You got to get at that dinner table. that's where you find all the good food.
Yep. Just like out in the Southwest, they eat rattlesnake out there. That's one thing I refuse to eat. I will not eat.
Again, I know that's not everywhere, but I know that to be a common dish. I've never heard of like muskrat or beaver or raccoon being a common dish.
A common dish. See that it's that word
Snake,
common.
Right? Snake, gator, even as much as I hate to say guard, has even I know squirrel to be in the different areas. But I've never heard it being a common dish.
Hey, common dishes. So the problem is with the term common, right? So generally, it's going to be seasonal. What you can hunt during like what part of the year, and that's if it's legal. Like beaver, a muskrat. I think you can probably. I don't know. At least in New York, maybe New Jersey, but New York, I don't know of a moratorium on them. I know beaver and river otter, big no. Like you're not really supposed to be shooting them.
Let me say it this way. Let me say it this way. As a person who's northern, who has southern relatives, we were only really given chitlins during quote the Christmas season. That wasn't a normal dish. It was during the Christmas season. It was a holiday dish. And they had hogs all year.
So it depends on chitlins. Would it just be the intestine? Would it be like the liver and the hearts and stuff like that?
Yeah. But it was a holiday dish.
Okay, I can point you to, at least in Florida and probably South Georgia, I can point you to not restaurants, but like they're kind of like gas stations that will actually do like deep fried chitlins. Really damn good. But again, it's like really high in cholesterol.
Well, yeah, the same thing for like for instance, as much as I know it sounds good and it smelled good, I've never eaten fried pig ears, but it looks good.
Oh, yeah, shit.
I've not had pig ears now that I'm thinking about it.
It looks good, but I've never had it.
It is good.
Now I'm getting a little pissed.
I won't be a hypocrite and say like it might be bad because I eat bacon, I've eaten pork rinds. Pig ears look good, but I've never run into a place that would give it to me, and I've never thought about ordering it myself.
My granny just used to deep fry them. So
I think, to be fair, I think a lot of the foods that we commonly ate for like the last 100 years are slowly kind of like weaning away. We've kind of gotten a little bit more too comfortable with, look, I'm gonna go to the grocery store, buy dinner, or I'm gonna go to local fast food restaurant and gonna get my dinner. We're kind of traditions are slowly going away. Like the old lady in the kitchen. The old lady in the kitchen, she's a dying breed. You're not going to find many of her around. In the next 25 years, I would venture to say if you found more than 3% in the entire United States, I'd be impressed. And that's in 25 years.
Well, and you look at today's kids too, and you know exactly what's wrong with them.
I mean, well, just having this conversation, it makes me wonder why we didn't expand our what we do consume.
Well, nature is full of stuff that is edible.
Well, like I said, like I don't know why we didn't expand on the menu what should be common to consume.
Oh,
we should have.
I don't know. I don't know.
There must have been a reason, or maybe it's just a matter of what was most common was what was quote domestically raised, what was easier to control.
Well, I can think of why like the commonality would be regionally different. Like say, for example, like just the Lyme disease. I think upstate New York had 3 last year outbreaks of Lyme disease. You couldn't really touch. They almost screwed us with how many doe permits or deer permits we could pull. Because of it, and it just apparently there was an outbreak from it. Maybe they didn't want it in the food supply, right? But then that would also apply.
I think that had something to do with during processing. I don't think that was with the actual hunting of them. I think something was happening in between there.
Oh well, no. Upstate New York, huge demographic. There's roughly about 4.3 million hunters.
Yeah.
per year. That's surprisingly like not a big number if you think about like how big New York is. But if you're talking about upstate New York, population decreases like big time. It's actually a pretty big number. But the problem is like when you talk about these outbreaks, they go by state level. So like what happens in say New York, I don't know. Like the neighboring state for me would be Pennsylvania. They're really big in hunting too. I don't know how they regulate. So the idea of like what's common, I think has like a lot of factors to play into it. Like I want to blame the kids. Don't get me wrong. Like I really want to blame the little assholes for just basically not complying with traditions. But it would seem kind of like a little bit of an overreach if I were to say it's just because of them.
No. I wouldn't say just because of them, because I think if this was a thing that was commonly seen within your butcher stores, commonly things that were on your supermarket shelf, they would be less opposed to them.
Well, say no. Just to be fair, right now, you heard her how long it took to make that stew, so she talked about at least 30 minutes. So that just the stew was a minimum of 30 minutes. I'm guessing it's closer to like 45 minutes to mostly an hour. Then you've got the oven. Cooking dinner under 2 hours, that's actually that's 2 hours to make dinner. That's a lot of time, to be honest with you. Most people are not going to spend that amount of time just to cook dinner. When it's easier to just turn a microwave on 3 minutes.
I guess. I mean, I don't. Well, if we're talking about 2 hours, was it 2 hours of cooking dinner, or just like the cooking and the prepping as well?
Cooking and prepping. If you're going to do it, do it.
But a lot of if you think about that kind of time, a lot of people take a lot of time, between the prepping and the actual cooking. So it couldn't take you around that 2 hour mark or so.
I don't know.
And especially with the least amount of experience that you have.
I challenge you to get out there and try to field dress your food. Be surprised. That is not. That's a lot of work. I won't eat turkey.
Well, you said field dress, so that I already know that's a long time.
Some people are really good at it. I'll venture to Dirty. You're in the South, right?
That comes with practice.
I got turkeys over there across the field right now.
Yeah, I would venture that Dirty would be like extremely efficient and fast at it. Me, I suck at it. Like I'm like really bad at it. I mean, I hunt and I'm bad at it.
Give me a gun. I probably really suck at it, but give me a bow and I'm probably better.
I think what seems to be more of the issue is I'll call it the economics, right? You can either have the money or have the time. Which one do you have like a preference for? So if you want the time, you're going to give up the money. If you want the money, you're going to give up the time.
I agree.
I think I'm trying to be as generous as I can to all sides. That seems to be the choice of life is what it boils down to.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
And what's this with the title? Calling the police on a black family at a funeral? What the hell kind of
I was wondering myself. Yeah, but we were still talking about the what you call it. This is the next one we're gonna run into.
Yeah, this is the next video.
Crazy shit got going on tonight. So.
All right, so let's get into this one.
It's okay. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm not sorry.
Get in the house.
No, this ain't right.
No, I
tell him to move that car. I tell him, I'm gonna call the police. Y'all don't do something. Sir, it's the afterpass of a. I don't care about all that crap.
Can't say
Oh, wow.
Crap, you got I don't like it. You're running my neighborhood.
James.
I'm not running your neighborhood. I don't know what's wrong. I live right there.
James.
I live here for a good while.
James, well, don't dust me up. Don't get
keys so I can move your car. She say she don't want your car in the driveway.
All right, so let me just ask the first question, right off the bat. We get it. This is someone else's neighborhood. It's a big community thing going on or whatnot. Let me just get it out the way so we can just get it out the way. As the actions from these older man for noise and everything happening in the community, which is obviously during a funeral, being that the actual POV, the title up here, POV of our grandfather's funeral, labeled as gang meeting, is this considered a little bit racist?
I consider it no class bullshit.
I like that racist. It's a bit of racist. Yes, sir.
There are social rules that I'm almost sure that every culture follows. At least I haven't heard of a culture that doesn't. And it's the concept of the dead. First of all, if you're a neighbor and you're unaware that your neighbor is having a funeral get together, a meeting, whether even if it's just like an after party cookout kind of thing, right? If you're the neighbor that is unaware that they're having that funeral, you're the problem, right? Not the people that are.
Oh, good. I never heard that statement made before.
You're a neighbor. Your duty as a community is to, at the very least, look out for your neighbor. That's the bare minimum, like the bare minimum threshold. You don't have to like your neighbors, but you do have to look out for their home. You have to look out for, because that's the whole concept of, you can't receive protection inside of a community by not being a part of it. So there are bare minimum requirements as a threshold. So that's problem number one. So for him to think that, if it is true that he thinks it's a gang meeting, it means that he probably doesn't know that there's a funeral going on, in which case he would be the problem. The second part is all cultures have this issue about not speaking ill of the dead, which would also include the concept of not starting bullshit at funerals. And I know this is a little bit more difficult because funerals are real touchy within a family. There's almost always somebody talking shit, and it's just all inter-family bullshit that people deal with, right? But you as an outsider, you definitely don't do it. You don't walk on graves. You don't piss on graves. You don't speak ill of the dead. You just let it be. So he violated a cultural rule that has been there for eons. And it doesn't matter if you're white or black. Like, almost everybody follow these weird cultural norms. It's a thing.
So this reminds me of some video that I saw before, right? Because if we're talking about a community, right, area that people are sharing, we're going to make sure that we look after the neighbors, especially if they go on vacation, look after their house, so on and so forth.
Right.
What does this say about our neighbors, that despite the fact that there's different cultural or different visual aesthetics, or I'm going to say phenotypes, that still as your neighbors, that you are not, quote, a good steward to them? To say that, to label this as grandfather's funeral, labeled as a gang meeting, which is what brought me to it's one thing to say we didn't know that the neighbors had a death. We didn't know that, we didn't know that there was a big gathering, or the neighborhood was not notified that there was a big gathering. We didn't know there was a big party, whatever. But to label it as a gang meeting, which is what brought me to my mind of saying, could this be something considered racist?
No, I'm gonna go with the flat out. It's shitty ass class of people, because you can't actually lay claim that you don't know your neighbors not having like a death in the family and they're going through like mourning. They're having this funeral process. Whether it's just a cookout, right? They're not having the wake there or something. It's just a cookout, the family gathering. If you as a neighbor do not know this, you are the problem, not the people having the funeral. You're obligated. You are absolutely obligated to know the status of your neighbors.
Okay, so all right.
You don't have to like them. Like, you don't have to like them. You don't have to oh, hey, let's go shoot the shit, drink beers on Friday night kind of thing. But you are obligated to look after them.
Okay, I mean, I'll take it for, like I said, I've seen something different, and I thought it was very interesting because it led to the death of a woman. Because literally there was so the story that I was looking at even earlier today was a Karen who's in a community with people, and what she wound up doing, she ended up having an interaction with a neighbor of hers for 2 years. This person was her neighbor, her and her 2 children. And part of the big dispute is that they were talking about shared grass area, right? She would claim this, it's my area, you're trespassing, which it wasn't. It was for the entire community. Now, what happened is that 2 years later, after having so much interaction with this woman, she did something she had a problem with the children that were running around the grass area. Now, she snatched one of the kids' iPads or whatever, said something very said profanity to the kids, and the kids ran over to the mother. The mother's already had previous interaction with this woman, so now she's beating this woman's door, saying, "Get your ass outside," basically. And I'm just gonna put it out there because being in the demographics, the white woman that was inside our house that was berating these two black children with their black mother claimed that she was in fear for her life and called the cops. But then, in addition to calling the cops, reached for her gun and shot center mass at her door, which killed the mother on the outside of the door that was banging on her door, trying to get her to come outside so they can have a conversation. All the neighbors who were also witness to this for over the 2 years of their interactions between each other can also say that this woman, most of the time, had never had a problem. And she was good with people in the community. And she always wondered what was going on with this woman. This Karen, who even in her own admission to cops, says that she had previous other bad interactions with both black people that didn't have to do with this particular neighbor. And everybody said, why is it you're not a good neighbor with everybody else? How is it you don't know what's going on in this neighborhood, but you have a problem with this particular person? There are some times that we're in a community that doesn't necessarily mean that we get along with our neighbors, and it's because of particular biases that we may hold for ourselves. Which is why I'm wondering, how is it you don't know, the same way how you say that your neighbor is having a funeral? Could
because
there
you're
be
not
something extra that's happening there?
It's real easy to not know, and it's because you're neglecting your obligations as a community. You're supposed to know. Like, you don't have to be the first to know, right? I mean, I'm not trying to put the extra emphasis on it, but you are obligated to know.
So a great example is this. When I used to live in an apartment building, and I used to live 2 floors above this other woman. When I had a get together with people and family and friends that I knew, you know what I used to do? I used to go out of my way painstakingly to make little notes, flyers, whatever, and I used to put them on people's doors, floors above me, floors below me, to let everybody know I was having a get together. So in case you didn't know, now you do. That didn't stop a person who was a floor below me and not even directly under me from calling the cops and saying I was disturbing the peace. When I let them know ahead of time, like a week ahead of time, that this engagement was happening. Now that we had crazy music, whatever, they just didn't like the idea of people that they didn't recognize in the building coming in.
Because they consider that their space.
Correct. Even though all other neighbors had to come and vouch for me, they were like, he gave us ample warning. He even invited us.
Yeah, I know people like that, but again, that's only because, again, that I see what you're saying. I think that's because of the area and the population, how y'all stuff is built down there.
Yeah, I get it. Living on top of each other,
yeah, stuff like that. But if you just imagine that if you was in a community where y'all had your own stuff, that what you just did, bro, wouldn't be, I don't think it'd be a problem, because everybody has their own part of their own land, their own houses, their own yards they got to take care of. But you took the initiative to make sure everybody on the block know, hey, it's going to be access vehicles in the street because I'm having some type of get together or anything like that. Then I think that's good, because then you doing what Josh is saying. You're informing your neighbors what's going on. So even if you did have a funeral there, like these situation there, bro, I mean, like I said, I don't know if the neighbors didn't know nothing about it, but even just seeing people over there, I mean, even if you have to come over there and you feel suspicious and you find out what it is, that still should give you the credence to go back.
That should have been enough.
Okay, yeah, that's good enough. Like, I know they ain't over here doing just throwing no regular humpy dick party and stuff like that. They over here for a reason, and that's understandable. But I haven't seen the rest of this video, so I wanted to see what else is going to happen before I try.
Yeah, I mean, let's go through it. I was wondering.
Obviously, she understand. The women do.
I don't get why the little bit of information saying there was a death, we have everybody coming together, shouldn't have been enough. It seemed like I won't Like, there's no way I can believe that all these people who are pulling with all these vehicles, that no one has explained it to him. To the point where his own wife is like, "Can we just go?"
I refuse to believe the idea that the man isn't aware, like somebody didn't say something.
Right.
Generally, if you've got like a family get together and it's like a funeral, I mean, the idea of mourning, somebody's going to warn, hey, look, there's a funeral going on. Just kind of watch what you say, kind of thing. Because funerals are kind of touchy anyways. So and again, this speaks to like, I've yet to find a culture that doesn't abide by these specific social norms when it comes down to like dealing with the dead kind of concept. So this idea of nobody told this guy, I'm not buying it.
I mean, let's find out. Find a little bit more.
Stop blocking their driveway. They can get out their driveway.
Hey, go get it.
Don't block my driveway.
James, you can talk to people better than that.
No, I don't like it.
Don't do that.
Mr. James, if you wanted to beg back, you could.
I think James has dementia is what I think.
Stop. No, you can't. Come on.
You think so?
This is James. Today is Saturday.
Come here.
And you know all that other stuff back in the day. We ain't going for that, James. I ain't going in for it. It's crazy.
James,
this is the neighborhood that ain't designed for the hood.
James, stop.
You gotta stop saying stuff like that, Mr. James.
With millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable, we just need 1% of the viewers to become a paid member so we can continue to bring this content to you. Now back to the show.
What's going on? Mr. James being very rude and we asking him.
How you doing?
No, I don't like that. You're running my neighborhood. I don't care what you're doing. I don't believe in this crap. You hear?
Oh, wow.
Okay. So, well, what are we thinking so far?
It's a dude just wants. It's a self-centered fucking bastard that just wants life to be all about himself. He looks at this street, this community as his, meism, period.
Okay. All right.
We just told you it's a repass. No, you're going to start some trouble right there. There's trouble. There's trouble right there.
With a family death today, so
I don't care about all that crap. Look at this is not right.
He's just talking about game eating and all.
Yeah, this looks like a game.
It's a funeral. We all family. We just left a funeral.
It's a black family at a funeral.
Hey, pause.
He is saying it looks like a gang.
So you heard the guy. The guy told him this is a funeral. That's it. Done. Finished. And the reason why we extend these courtesies, like my neighbor having a funeral, he got a family member, like 200 people. I guess I'm giving up my driveway. Like you can literally park as many cars as you can fit in the driveway. The reason is because we come from a culture where we do not like people fucking with the dead. And the concept of a funeral is for explicitly that. Home dude has violated his own cultural social norms. And now he's just taking it out on a black family? Fuck him. He should have taken an ass whooping right there in the middle of the damn street.
Anyone agree with that?
Yeah, they got a line, dog.
Because I heard, I don't care. I don't like them.
And I'm seeing an old, probably in his 80s, Southern dude, very Southern, who I still think his head's messed up. He's probably living about 40 years in the past right now. It's hard. It's hard. But I'm watching his wife try to get him away. He's obviously agitated. He's not paying attention to her. And she's trying to apologize to people. So, yeah, I still don't know enough about this person yet. I think he's nuts, but his behavior's still rude. I wouldn't do that, not in my right mind.
King the Minor said this dude here pro-black and they're black. And I'm black, y'all. And I'm blacker than black and I'm black, y'all.
It's a good chance.
I'm just, I don't know. I just seen this right here come across the feed. Hey, y'all, you know how we do on Drop By Discussions. We're going to have a discussion.
To me, this isn't really like a concept of race because, again, I've yet to see a cultural, 48 countries now. I've never seen any culture that allows any type of like, where society kind of breaks down around the dead. Every culture I know of, they kind of really go out of their way to deal with it. And whether it's with the neighbors, whether it's with even people across town kind of thing.
It's a mutual respect.
Yeah, this isn't even close. Now, he might have said some shit that could have been construed as being racist, right? But to me, the entire issue is this is a community and somebody has violated, and I mean just desecrated the social norms around both the concept of a community and the concept of the dead. Like, this is just two violations, two horrible violations that we all follow.
I agree with that. Well, most people do. I mean, it's some niggas out there that don't want to do it. But
I mean,
wow.
There's assholes everywhere. It would be no difference if this was like the old man being white and that was a white family. It'd still be the same issue. People are dicks. This is why I kind of like, as a Fed, I know I'm not supposed to say this, but ass whoopings don't just randomly fall out of the sky, right? You kind of have to do something to earn one. And I'm a little surprised that the two big dudes there were actually as civilized and graceful as they were, because it wouldn't have been me. I'd have laid the old man out faster than shit. There's a consequence that comes to violating some of these social rules, and I just have no toleration for it. I really don't. Right. I don't need the excuse of race or anything like that. I'm literally going on all cultures that I'm aware of follow these rules.
Well, I guess it's a conversation about how we view particular races and actually other people's cultures here in the States. But I want to know if there's going to be more about what they were saying in this.
Sir?
And meeting to him, there's more.
No, you can't talk to me.
Oh, wow.
Stop it. Stop it.
Well, sir, he can just, you feel me? Talk to the police.
No, they're going to run me in my house.
No, we ain't going to run you in the house. What you trying to do? We just down there Sunday, and we just having the family get together. That's all it is.
No, but you don't have to have such a big meeting. Stop. I can't even get out of my driveway. My wife cannot.
Okay, we'll move this car right there. We'll get this car.
Here's the car. How's it going to get through?
What's here?
I just want to say something.
They gonna get through just like that, sir. They just gonna drive on through. I don't think they blocking the street.
Do I need to move too?
Okay. No, he's gonna get in my face. Right?
Oh, wow.
He's gonna get in my face.
Oh, wow.
Put him a full mask. To the black people the black family who had to endure this, you all remained so remarkably
calm, civilized, respectful,
courteous, I will say.
Courteous.
There is no funeral or homegoing ceremony that does not come with its emotional states. And this man obviously could have pushed you all in ways you did not allow him. To the woman who is attempting to talk some sense into this individual, thankful for your efforts there. You said something that echoed very loudly, madam. You said, you don't have to talk to them like this. I heard you. A viral video on TikTok shows an older white male threatening to call 911 on a black family attending a repast at a home in a residential community. The video posted by TikTok user It's Just Dean shows a white senior accompanied by his wife confronting a group of black people after alleging that one of their cars was blocking his driveway, even though the video shows no car blocking the man's driveway. A black woman tells the man that she'll have someone move a car parked across the street and explains to the man that there's a big gathering for a funeral repast. Quote, James, you can talk to people better than that. The man's wife states while apologizing to the family several times on the husband's behalf. You understand this is not about a car. He was letting it come out, the ruining the neighborhood, etc. This is a gang meeting. I don't care about that. Talking about where the death of a loved one, sir. I don't care about that. This has nothing to do with the car. Had nothing to do with the car. It has everything to do with his own bias, his own bigotry. All right? Sharon, I'm glad that we have the opportunity to highlight things like this because it provides an opportunity for people to look in the mirror and get their lives right. And also it provides proper context for what's real out here in.
All right. So before, I don't know if you want to get into that because Kid the Mind is kind of right. He already comes off as pro-bliggity. And now he brought in another person to pretty much try to throw extra dumping on what's going on here. So before he gets into that, first, I'm very respectful of everybody. Is that something we're really going to start climbing into? Because I think at some point, especially when you start dealing with pro-bligities, that they're willing to go anywhere. They're not just the people that just get in the mud with you, but they're comfortable in it.
Damn. Right. Now I'm guilty.
I'm just rolling the mud with a bucket.
Just saying.
Well, the anchor said one thing that I strongly agree with. That was an entire family that was raised right. Like they didn't really let the old man like egg them on, which I probably would have just made, funeral stuff like whatever was going on at the house. Made it much worse, like having cops called because you just laid an old guy out kind of thing. I just let me justify my position of like the act of violence. We talk about like society and civilization and what makes people civilized. It's usually violence. At the end of the day, that's the thing. You got police that regulate laws, so they enforce laws. You've got like court systems that regulate justice. You got that. Your next question really boils down to is who regulates society, those civil behaviors, things like that. It's technically what we do as people. It's how we react with the person next to us. I'll grant the two guys in the white shirts, they were incredibly. God, I don't want to say tolerant because that seems like it's just underappreciating it. They were definitely raised right, but the reality is that just shouldn't be allowed to fly. It's a damn funeral. You violated social norms, social rules that we all abide by.
Like I said, if you gotta roll in the mud with some of these folks, bro, I would suggest you don't do it. But I understand why, bro. I mean, I can't talk for the individual people, but I agree with Josh, bro. I mean, obviously you was raised right to control your emotions. Because from what we didn't see, you can't even talk about somebody black mama. Nigga, you get your ass stumped and punched in the face and all type of shit. So this is, like I say, I don't even know where this dude gonna go with this, but to me, I seen it come across my feed and I was like, might have something to it we could talk about. So I thought it was interesting, something for us to, you know what I'm saying? We ain't got to deep dive into it because, we still got other things, but I thought it was a good discussion.
Hey, listen, I'll listen to what he said, but just the way how his phrasing was, I was like, I know what direction this could go. I'm on the hill, him and the sister out. Okay. I don't want to take words from their mouth. I was just like, Where this is headed.
We got 34 seconds. Let's see, can he destroy his whole video in 34
a
seconds?
few moments ago, when you brought this to the world, Dr. Ritchie, I was a firm believer that, people don't wake up in the morning to be ugly and mean and nasty. I no longer believe that. There are some people who wake up just to inflict this kind of buffoonery on fellow man. It's just, you are disgusting. And I would hope they could get their life right, but I'm not optimistic, Doc.
Well, man of his age,
Yeah.
You know what? That ended better than I thought.
I'm glad it ended like that, and we didn't go into the and I'm black.
Yo. I was like, okay, cool. I'll take that. I will take that.
Damn.
We're on our third one tonight, y'all, and it's about to get juicy.
So speaking of older men, right? Speaking of older men, how exactly do we feel? Because we've heard of, Joshua, Mama, you definitely, OG, you definitely heard a lot of these panels when they talk about people, when they have people who are dating people who are significantly younger than they are. And we know there's this thing where people just don't like big age gaps. But I'm a person that just like to say, if you are of legal age, you should be able to make whatever decision with the people that you decide to, get find as your companions, and you do whatever you want to do. Now, in this particular segment, we're going to see exactly how far age gap relations might actually be. And you give me your thoughts on it, people. Everybody. As you can see from the title here, I am 34 in love with a 77-year-old man.
All right. Oh, hold up. Pause real quick. Pause. So, I got to throw this out here, right? Like, so not to condemn it, right? I'm okay with it. I think a young woman going after an older man, hopefully for his life insurance policy, right? Like, I mean, I got no shame in the game.
Hey, that AARP is nice.
Yeah, no shame in the game whatsoever. I just want to warn women that do this, right? There could be the chance that you might die first. And so now you're taking that 77-year-old, I don't know, shriveled up, being a sausage, right? And still not going to get any benefit out of it. Like, it could happen. Karma's nasty.
Sir. It's still past. It's still good before the selling date, apparently. So it's still got the best buy date, apparently, to her. So it's
Yeah, I mean, maybe, like maybe there's no expiration date. I don't know. I hope mine works when I get that age, right? But I can't fault her for this.
There's nothing wrong with age sausage. If we can turn around and say people can eat aged cheese, if we can aged beef, they eat aged beef, aged cheese. So if she wants some aged sausage, she can have that.
Dirty, you see what he did?
BK. Have it your way.
He went off on raccoon stew now, but now he's okay with like aged cheese, right? You see what the issue is here?
Hey, I really can't say nothing to him. Hey, I'm gonna let him keep on talking.
Listen. I can tell you that across the nation, across the world, people are okay with aged beef and aged cheese. Raccoon is not one of them, okay?
They're gonna get that aged dry raccoon for 6 months, nigga, with that salt on it, that sea salt or that what they call it, that rock salt, that sea salt. Ooh, that one gonna be fire. He gonna be like, what this is? Oh, that's raccoon. Oh, I didn't know that was.
Listen, I do not hear the words from me. I'm about to fuck this raccoon up. I'm not about to. It's just not it. Well, listen, let's see how she feels about it. This aged sausage.
For the day. I like this t-shirt. My name is Imani.
My name is Larry, and I'm 77 years old.
And I'm 34 years old.
Imani.
There's 43 years between us. We met on a dating website. His white hair intrigued me, and so I reached out. I find older men more attractive in general. I felt he was a pretty attractive older gentleman. And then when I saw him in person, he did not disappoint.
We have been together for over 9 years.
9?
There was a point when I suddenly started looking at it and think, I can't imagine not having her in my life.
34.
The thing I love the most is how much he talks. He loves conversation. So there's never a dull moment. There's never a moment where I'm bored.
Sir, she was good in
Sometimes
the
I
20s.
think that I have these vast experiences, but she understands
25,
everything. I'm
24.
always amazed
You know it.
at her grasp of everything we talk about and are things she teaches me.
I picked out this lovely shirt that I got him last Christmas. The pants kind of match with the color of the flowers in the shirt. Got a little
Where I like
artsy kind of deal going on.
You ready for a little dancing?
Yes, I am.
Last week we were traveling and we were in Paris and I proposed.
And I said yes.
And she said yes.
I always knew I would end up with someone older than me, but to the extent of 43 years, no. It's definitely something for me to think about and take into consideration because there's a lot that comes along.
She play ball? Damn.
I got jokes tonight. Okay.
Listen. People can say what they want. As far as I can see, he is winning. He's been winning for 9 years. He's on a 9-year winning streak. He got 9 rings.
That's a fact.
He just need one more ring to have the full finger set.
That man got game. He pulled her when she was in her prime, nigga.
Yo. And we didn't even hear about kids or anything.
Man.
He got her in her 20s. Or her mid-20s on top of that.
He got money. What are you talking about? You saw the photo with him in a fucking helicopter?
That matters.
Well, of course it matters. The only difference here is see, this is the true game. I realize, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm 40, right? I've noticed the last 10 years, my toleration for bullshit has like just tanked. The shit that I would have tolerated 10 years ago is like nothing. Like it barely even exists to the shit that I would tolerate today. Now, fast forward, say that I'm 77. I can't imagine the word toleration even existing in my vernacular. But this man here, he got toleration. You notice he talks about what she talks about. I'm 40. I don't want to have a conversation with my wife because I know what she's going to talk about.
But check this out. She was 25. She was 25 when he met her. That man was almost 70 himself. He was 68 years old. And he still was willing to deal with that. That's a strong amount of toleration. They had a huge, like 2 generations between them. He had to learn everything about her world.
Maybe that's what like true game is about tolerating bullshit from the other side. If you think about it, like that's really what relationships boil down to, is tolerating all of the shit you can't technically stand.
Even I can't imagine pulling someone that young at that age. If I would listen, you say he got money, but he had to do more than just have money because he stuck around for 9 years.
Well, yeah, he that game of tolerating everything. He talks to her. I can't imagine what I've got to talk to my old lady about.
And keep in mind, he did it for 8 years. In the last year, 8 before they hit the 9th, he proposed, and the heifer said yes.
Yes, sir.
He playing the long game.
Long game? He been marinating his sausage in her for 9 years.
That's long game.
And I'm sitting here going, ooh, ooh,
Mama, that's a long time still. Long time still.
ew.
He good, but
yeah.
I'm with Reza. The boy winning right now.
Yo, he got a winning. He got an all-time winning streak right now.
I hate to say it, and if I seen that right now, I don't want to be thrown off by what they said. But so far, it don't seem like she went for him for the money. For some reason, the way that she talking at age 34 seems like she got a head on the shoulder, dog. She ain't twerking. I ain't see her do one little twerk move. I ain't see her throw a little booty out there. No, nothing. Like she on point right now. So I'm thinking he didn't stole a good one from y'all. See, y'all done messed up. See, I'm with Ralph.
In this short, we only saw almost 2 minutes, and I could tell you just from the couple of frames that they already had in this, she looks like she's actually having a good time. She doesn't have. She doesn't have. Listen, she doesn't look like she has an attitude on her face. She has a general glowing look on her smile, like she's really still having fun.
Talk your shit, bro.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I tend to not believe it, right? Like there's a camera around. People are just generally fake anyways. But people
can just regularly smile. But there's something about genuine enthusiasm.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Good ass actor, you know, say it's either that or you're a good ass actor. But I'm telling you, if this is real, boy, you heard some. Matter of fact, if this is real, Josh, let me show you. Look. ELE, sir. Everybody love everybody.
Yeah, I'm not buying that shit either.
Listen,
it's just not.
It's either that or he needs to open up a school. Either he's one of the best of all time. He needs to open up a school.
You broke up. Can you repeat that again?
It says either that or he is one of the best grifters of all time, and he needs to open up a school before he goes.
That's a fact.
No, I don't want him to open up a school, right? Like, I mean, I'm eventually going to turn 77, right? I don't need the rest of society to kind of like learn the game. I still have to compete with everybody else too. I mean,
sir, look at the world that he's in right now. He's already competing and he's winning.
He's winning like a motherfucker.
Well, of course he's winning. He got money. You saw the photo of the helicopter.
Exactly. Do you know how many people are ever going to get into a helicopter in their life? Not many. Not many.
God, now I'm starting to look. So, like renting a fancy like sports car, that's an option that a lot of people pull off, right?
No, a lot of people don't pull that off.
Really? It's like they're not that expensive.
Yeah, but most people don't do it because they can't supplement the bills that they will lose on top of that.
Well, yeah. I mean, okay, like if we're talking like 18, 25-year-old guy, right? Like, yeah, I can assume that's problematic. You start hitting 35, it's not that bad.
If you have that money, like that's not for nothing. But if we start talking about like the things that just commonly among men when they start saying they start getting a financial stride in their 40s, late 30s, early 40s. They're just now getting their stride and seeing money. And
so what is
renting like a Ferrari?
Explain to me, what is the lesson we're supposed to learn from the old dude here, right? Like money will buy the woman that lacks the attitude?
Here's the lesson that we're learning. And it's the very old message. Good things come to those who wait.
Damn. Nah, he just made an argument for fucking old raunchy cheese. Anti-raccoon stew, but pro fucking degenerate cheese. Ah, this is messed up. I don't like this argument at all.
Yes, sir.
Listen, I'm just saying.
Dirty. I want you to. Dirty. I really want you to rethink your position of your acquaintance, that Yankee up there. Like you really.
Hey,
you gotta.
He thinking right. I'm thinking like him, bro. I mean, we looking at this the same, bro. I see a W, sir.
No, you can't.
W, sir.
That's a W.
Yes, sir. That's all.
Damn this, Resla. I can't.
Look, we're gonna give you. We're gonna try to give you 3 more minutes, and we're gonna see what else is gonna pop before we pause it again. Because, like I said, so far I'm with Resla, bro. I'm saying nothing but W. The man is winning.
Damn, Resla in here converting country folk. I don't like this. Never did. I don't like this.
His health declines when he gets older, what that's going to look like, how that's going to like affect our day to day. But I think it's only natural to be concerned about what's going to happen to someone's health as they get older.
When you're much younger, you don't think about that far down the line. But because I'm closer, I think about it. So we openly discuss these things.
If it came to a time when we were going our separate ways, I would see myself dating a woman. I am bisexual. No one could compete with Larry. It's the gold standard. And so I'd really be.
I knew there was a catch somewhere
in dating.
No, they ain't got nothing to do with Mama. Long as he in it. Long as he's soaking in it, like Resla said.
Pursuing a woman. He was already dancing.
I do competition ballroom dancing.
Yeah, and
Look
then
at that.
I was like, well, I want to dance with you too. So I was like, let's take a class together. The most magnificent thing he treats me to is shopping sprees in Paris. Like, I think that has to be the most like spoiled I've ever gotten in my entire life. He very rarely tells me no. I would say he kind of spoils me on a regular basis.
She has no expectations. She's very, very grateful for everything that it's done.
All right, let's take a quick photo for Instagram.
I'm in. Got it?
Yeah. I think the biggest misconception about our relationship is that I am in it for the money. Generally, my age that I meet, they usually assume I am housewife type of deal where just I'm spending all day cooking and cleaning for him.
She felt it a lot more than I did. I'm very aware that I get more of a pass than she does. It's a combination of our community and then just societal norms. They just assume that our relationship is different. People are uncomfortable with different.
So one person commented, "You in it for the money, be honest," which is not true. I'm with him because I love him. And if I was with him only for his money, I probably wouldn't be with him for this long. Someone else commented, "But will you make daddy a sandwich? Not just a gold digger, but a sandwich burger." That's what I want to know. Not only do I not refer to him as daddy, but I'm not making anyone a sandwich. I'll Uber Eats a sandwich. We pretty much just brush it off.
You know, when they stare, I give them a yeah, thumbs up, eat your heart out. You know, no, I don't do anything. I'm barely aware of it.
I think the fact that we get judged has made us strong as a couple because it's strengthened our communication.
By the way, she doesn't call him daddy. She calls him granddaddy.
With one another.
She has been discriminated against all of her life, and I've never encountered that. So when we're talking about these things, it gives me a greater awareness of the difficulties she has to deal with in her life. It gives me more empathy to her situation. So yeah, that has helped strengthen our bond.
So most people assume we're probably not going to be together for that long because I'm probably going to want kids in the long run, or something like that is going to be a drastic change, and that's not going to happen for us because I don't want children. Like when I'm by myself and I get stares, I get it because I'm like, oh, I'm 6 feet tall. Like people probably looking at me like, whoa, not too many 6 feet tall Black women in this area. But specifically when I'm with him, I view it as I'm getting judged because of the age gap, because of the racial difference and those things.
And a lot of people understandably probably thought this was a fluke. Like, how long will this last? But then when you get 9 years out, they see the depth of our love for each other. I think that most of my friends have been very clear on that.
All of my friends have accepted it right away.
Today, we're going to have a phone call with my longtime
10 years in the game, sir. You win
now, Carolina. She's always been supportive, but I'll be curious to see what she has to say about her initial reaction to our relationship.
What did you think when you first met me?
At the beginning, you were a little bit more shy or reserved. I think that you also have guarded maybe because of whatever has happened in the past. But little by little, you open up so much to me. You're such a beautiful woman inside and out.
Thank you. Were you shocked that I was dating someone so much younger?
It's different when you hear about the age gap, and then it's very different when you live it. When you hear it, it might bring a little bit of that curiosity on why are they together. When I go out to dinner with you and when we have traveled, I realize that you guys don't have an age gap because you guys communicate so well and get along so well.
So now that we're engaged,
I know, I'm so excited. It's a new chapter. I mean, you guys been together for so long, but it's also such a good way to grow in your relationship now as a married couple.
she has changed my life in the sense, as I've learned about her background and the things she has had to endure in her life, living in this community, the nature of the work I do. It's a great world.
She hit the
but
lottery.
It's not representative of our entire
That man did
country.
not hit the
I
fucking
think what she's
lottery.
really
He paying
brought
for
to
it.
my life is an
She
intellectual
hit the lottery, and he. And guess
But
what?
You know, I just thought about that. Is that a
Larry
fucking
has
what kind
changed
of
my life for the better. And
First of all, she
wait
she
a
won the
minute,
lot.
wait, let me
She
ask-
won the
let me ask you
lottery,
something.
and he's paying the cost for all his success right now.
Is that a Louis Vuitton suit she got on?
Probably was. Hold on.
I'm talking about what she got on right now. So what is that?
Oh, that's Louis, sir. That's an
Okay,
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, I thought I
absolutely.
was tripping. It looked like one of them purses they be walking around.
No, sir. Top and bottom, all Louis.
Okay. I'm just making sure. They got money.
I want to know how these successful businessmen can
but
lay claim
He's
to
not
being.
paying the cost, though, Joshua. He's thoroughly enjoying the cost.
That's a fact.
Yeah, there's that's just strange to me, right? Because technically,
to enjoy your cost,
he could buy an escort for a lower price than what he's paying for her. Trips to fuck it, like she said it herself. She's not into him for the money, but her favorite thing is the shopping sprees in Paris. He's paying for a hooker. I have no problems with her, like she running game, and he.
Sir, wait, no, sir. He hasn't paid for a hooker. He paid for her loyalty.
That's a fact, sir.
Oh, that's gonna. But we're gonna find out, right? We're gonna find this dude's name.
No,
right?
no, we already
And we're
found
gonna
out.
look this
We already
motherfucker
found
up.
out,
We
sir.
found out.
They made it 9 years, sir.
I love him.
Going on a decade.
I love him. He asked me to marry, and I said yes.
Of course, you're gonna say yes, right? Like that's the easiest way to secure assets is through
He didn't
marriage.
say I've been paying for her, and then, well, of course, he's been paying for me for this long. She said, I love him.
This motherfucker could have gone to like fucking Thailand and basically got as many women just drop dead. Well, okay, mostly women. Maybe a few lady boys in
well,
there,
you know
right?
what he wasn't gonna find in Thailand, right?
I'm scared to
All
ask.
bit of chocolate.
Oh, there's black people. There's plenty of black girls in Thailand.
Not this 6 foot chocolate.
High
Well,
jumper.
6 footer.
6 foot high jumper.
I will concede
Not
that,
this,
like, you
not
know,
this tall amount of fondue, chocolate fondue right next to him.
6 foot basketball player, 6 foot female basketball
And
player.
guess what?
They're
And guess
probably a
what?
rare
And guess
breed.
what, Josh? Guess what? She's dunking on his balls almost every night.
See now, Big Mama, Mama already said something about the old goat balls in the private chat, right? Like I'm not gonna force her to say
And guess
it.
what? Guess what, Baba? She loves goat cheese.
Putting that work on got him sweating and things. You feel me?
That's called head
dirty.
cheese, by the way.
Oh, okay, Resla, let's flip the script here, right? Let's say it's a 77-year-old woman, right? And you're a 34-year-old man, right? Are you carpet munching at that age?
Sir, sir, if it's been 9 years and we're engaged, first of all, let's just say the first year, you're carpet munching if you manage that long. But we're talking about 9 years after that, right? You know what I'm thinking? If it's been 9 years, I must be lubing that up and still having a good old time.
That's a fact.
Dirty?
Stretching the skin out and going to work. You hear me? Yes, sir. Hey, because you in there. So you
talking about having fun with the meat curtains.
Dirty.
Dirty, I want to warn you, right? This man just admitted there's nothing he won't do for the right amount of money, right? I just want
money. I said love. I said the word love.
Yeah, you're throwing it. It's weird to hear a man throw that fucking word out there, right? Like, okay, what is it?
But you got to think about it. That was what was presented to us. I'm not there for the money. I'm there for love.
Sir,
Jesus H. Christ.
What?
So what?
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas.
What's the difference? What's the difference between somebody on TikTok twerking saying I'm here for the bag, right? And then what this woman is saying, right? Is there a difference as to like what they're saying?
There's a difference.
Big difference.
Because they're on Tik and Tok, and she's got tit for tat.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, you know what, Dirty, you're gonna have to rethink this association, right? Because this man just,
bro, he cooking tonight. I'm telling you, that he on burnt. He is on burnt.
No, this man is admitting this man is admitting that there's nothing he won't do for money.
No, it's what you won't do. Sing it, mama. Do for
love.
God.
You tried everything.
But you don't give up.
I want to burn my own. I want to burn my own eyes out. I want to like ice pick my own ears. I'm finished. I'm just done.
So we got a minute and about 28 seconds left of this love on the screen.
You say love story. Let's listen to this happily ever after of that decade of love.
In a lot of ways. Yeah. I could write a book on how much he's changed my life. He's done so much for me, emotionally, spiritually, financially, mentally. He's elevated my life. I've grown into becoming the person that I've always wanted to be thanks to him. I think one of the biggest reasons that it works is because we have great communication.
We do.
We communicate about everything.
Everything.
And we know how to communicate diplomatically. We're never disrespectful to each other, even when we're upset. We don't belittle each other. We don't ever put each other down. The future does look bright because we are getting married. So that's one exciting thing about the future. Now that he's going down this path of semi-retirement, we have more time to travel. For the people that judge,
oh my God, you know who he looks like in that last picture?
Doesn't impact us at all.
I love you.
I love you too.
Did you not hear what she said? She said he changes my life physically, spiritually, mentally, financially, uterally.
I'm a new person and doing well.
I'm a different person.
Yeah, she gonna be real different when he croaks and she gets all that money.
I think
he won't be broke.
Don't worry about it, Josh. I got you covered, sir. You know,
9 years he won't be broke.
On the drop discussion, sir. Look, I got something for you, Resla. We just gave you that one, so I'm gonna give you one even nicer than that. How about we go to the one in the back, Resla? Play that one that's next right up underneath it. And this right here, see, we're gonna give you we're showing you love tonight. See, that was love that you just seen right there. So we
wait, which one, OG?
The one right after that, the one you just got to playing. I think it's the fourth one. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the fourth.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yes, sir. We're gonna show you some love. See, we trying to show y'all that we everywhere.
From rags to riches.
That's a fact.
And back to rags. It's that I took the charge. 19-year-old YouTube girl did a felony time for a hood boyfriend.
The fuck is that?
That's
Let's find out.
Well, that YT is supposed to stand for white.
White.
Yeah.
The YT.
Yeah. Took a charge.
Well,
Took a charge for her boyfriend.
What you won't do for love, right? For love, felony time for a hood boyfriend. Let's go. Let's get it.
What's up, YouTube? Atlanta Street Interviews out here with another one. So we got a young lady with us today. Ooh. So we got a young lady with us today. How you doing today, miss?
Good, how are you?
All right, all right. So are you homeless?
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay.
in a TC.
A TC, what's that?
It's basically like a halfway house.
Halfway house? Okay, so I guess you served some time.
Halfway house.
Okay, how long ago did you get out?
I got out February 14th.
Okay, so it's been about almost 3 months.
Yes, sir.
And so how long was you in for?
I got locked up last year in April.
Last year, April? Okay. What'd you get locked up for?
I violated my probation.
You violated? What'd you do?
I was in the car and my boyfriend was driving my car and he got pulled over and we had beer and water.
Beer and water?
Marijuana.
Oh, beer. I'll say so. Okay, beer and weed. Okay. Huh, man. Okay. Yeah. Jesus, you had to do pretty much almost a year for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Almost 2. I go home in October.
Okay. Home is where?
Home is in Baldwin County.
Baldwin County? Okay. You have to stay out here until then?
That's up in the mountains.
Metro Transitional Center.
Okay. That's where you're. Okay. Okay. What was your initial charges? What were you on probation for in the first place?
I had armed robbery charge when I was a juvenile.
Armed robbery.
How old?
I was 15.
15?
Yes, I got out when I was 16.
Jesus.
Armed robbery?
Yes, and my boyfriend ended up taking the charges, then it got dropped down to robbery.
Took the charges.
Okay. And that was at 15? Yes. All right, so we're going to talk about that. You have any? How old are you, by the way?
I'm 19.
You're 19?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
No. And have you ever been married?
No.
Okay. So let's just start from the beginning. So, where are you from?
I'm from Baldwin County.
Baldwin County. That's here in Georgia.
Yes.
That's a county I don't think I've ever been to, and I've been to a lot of counties in Georgia. So that must be somewhere in the country. Yeah. Okay.
Is that by Clark County?
By Clark County?
Yes.
Hey man, shout out Clark County.
Sure
shout out
is.
Athens. Shout out that whole deal. Shout out them Bulldogs.
Yes.
All right. So growing up in Baldwin County, did you have both mom and dad in the household?
No, I had my grandparents.
Grandparents?
I lost my granddad when I was 7 years old on New Year's.
Sorry to hear about that. Okay, so you grew up with your grandparents on mom's side or dad's side?
On my dad's side.
Dad's side? And so what was the deal with mom? Like, why wasn't she present and active?
I don't know. My mama left me at birth, so it's like it was always kind of hard just going around trying to find that parently love. My grandmom would be like supportive to me, but it's like it would be hard for her to take care of me. So I started trying to just find love in the wrong places, trying to hang around in the wrong crowds, and that's how I ended
So
up
let's
going
talk
locked
about
up.
some of that. Because again, that happened at 15.
Yes, I was young. My first time ever getting locked up was 14.
And what was that for?
Probation was like I was trespassing, outback curfew, just little things that
Okay, like kind of
minors not supposed to
misdemeanor,
do.
minor type stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about it. So growing up, would you say that you had like a fairly normal childhood?
Yeah, I would say that.
No?
I was a school straight A student.
He
Never
said
really,
no? Straight A student?
Yes, I never really got in trouble. Like I was still making straight A's with like being in the streets, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get it. Trust me, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you was a straight A student, up until the time that you got locked up.
I still was in school when we got locked up. In the RYDC, we're allowed to go through like a charter school program.
Okay. So you was, living kind of a double life almost. You know what I'm saying? And so, as far as growing up though, what is it do you think that led you to the streets? Like I get it, like the lack of love. Well, let me just ask, right? Did anything traumatic ever happen to you, like when you was younger?
Not really, but like abusive relationships. That's about traumatic as it would get.
What age would you say you started dating?
About 15. Young.
Well,
Young
that's
as
when
hell.
because that's when you went to jail.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and ask just because I always ask this question. When you were younger, did anything like ever happen to you, like any type of sexual assault?
No,
anything
I
like
actually
that?
never went through that.
Okay.
Like I can actually say God ain't never allowed me to go down that path, and I think that has not happened. But it's throughout the times of me even being incarcerated, I haven't went through that.
Okay, good. So I see all these tats, right? Let's see, you got all
I
these
can't
different
wait to
tats.
turn
or
up see this.
whatever. I mean, like, so.
I had this before I got locked up. I only got these 2 when I went to prison.
Okay.
I can't wait till you tell me that.
I was just thinking that.
Butterflies is like a memory with my dad. Someone that got killed that I was very close to. This was a memorial tattoo. This was one of my first tattoos. It's a loyalty tattoo when I had beat basically my case and I never told. So I felt like I had loyalty for me, myself, and the people that I was around.
So I mean, let's ask, because you mentioned again for a second time about your dad.
Yeah.
What effect do you think that had on not your dad but your granddad?
My granddad, I never had like a lot of females look for a man's love, like a boy's love. Even when you don't have a father in the household, it's hard for a girl to just be okay and not have no man love, like a fatherly love. So that encourages us females at a young age to go find that man love that we never had, like father figure, boyfriend figure. It didn't matter.
I get it. How old was the guy that you was dating when you was 15?
I was 15. He was like 17.
17?
Yeah, he was gonna be 17.
And so y'all was out there on some like hot boy stuff and all like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you regret doing that stuff?
No, because it's changed me. It's basically brought me to be a better person. Like, if I would have never went to prison, except basically not 17, well, how old? I was like, I was 18 when I went to prison. I would never feel like that I would try to change or motivate myself. I'm working on the TC. I helped down the job. I'm doing good, sending money home to my grandma. It's like, I can't do no better right now.
Okay.
I go home in October.
So I mean, did you like grow up around black people, whatever?
I did.
Okay. Do people like accuse you of like acting black or trying to be a black girl, stuff like that?
Sometimes, but not really. I mean, we're in Atlanta.
I get it, but what about Baldwin County?
I would be no, not really. Never.
No.
I haven't really experienced stuff like that.
You say what?
Never really experienced things like
life
that.
has been gravy for you, it sounds like.
Kind of, but you know.
Except for the lack of a man's love type deal.
Yeah, and then getting incarcerated.
Well, yeah. I mean, and that is a result of that, right?
Yes.
That's a result of having that love, seeking it in other places, the wrong places, and then ending up in those situations.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're in the halfway house, you're moving along with life. What are your plans? Like, where do you want to be in 10 years from now? You're gonna be 29 years old. What do you want your life to look like? Do you want kids? Do you want to have a house, a job? What do you want your life to look like?
I'll be off papers by then, so hopefully I have my own place. I already have my own car now, so hopefully I have my own place. Hopefully it's not nowhere around Atlanta. I want to move out the state.
Why not? Why don't you like Atlanta?
I mean, it's a big city. I just want to travel. Like, one of my dreams in life is to travel. Like, I want to go to California. I want to be able to go to like Utah, just different places. Like, I want to be able to experience life more. I haven't never really got out of the state of Georgia. So.
Okay, well, it's gonna be good to travel. Trust me. I've done a lot of traveling around this country. So, one thing that you'll find is that as different as we are, man, a lot of this country is alike and the same.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. So it's crazy how it works. But all right, well, listen, that sounds good to me. So listen, we really appreciate you taking the time answering all of our questions. If anybody out there wanted to reach out, help, or donate, you have a way they can do that? They have social media, CashApp, anything like that?
I have an Instagram.
What's your IG?
My Instagram is LLUBBERGURLL. Yeah.
Okay. No CashApp or anything like that? No? All right. Well, like I say, we really appreciate you. Definitely wish you nothing but the best, all right? Make sure you have a good one, sweetie. All right.
I ain't believing motherfucking word.
Nah?
Not a sing. First of all, home dude asking her opinion. I believe my childhood was normal. Yeah, that's pretty fucking normal that, you know, the average 14-year-old just starts turning rebellious just randomly, right? Like that, because that's a normal thing. Bullshit.
You think she wasn't influenced by that dick?
She was rebellious before dick. You'd heard of her criminal charges, right? She only got sentenced. Her first, what she said, her strong arm robbery was like at 15.
Yeah.
So that would tell you that because you don't just pick up
it was
a
at
weapon.
16. It was at 16.
Oh, 16. Oh, okay. I'm pretty damn sure that this, like, she was a rebellious little. I can't say any. I can't say any of those words. She was a rebellious person, typical or rebellious teenager, not typical. Well before her teens, I can assure you of that. You don't just walk out the door and decide, oh, today's my day to just pick up a weapon and pull off a strong arm robbery. Fucking crazy. None of that bullshit made any damn sense. that girl was off her fucking rockers before she turned 13 easily.
Yeah, fair enough.
But she was right about the one thing, right? So the missing love, I'd also call like discipline from a father, right? Now she just decided that, oh, well, you know, since I lacked it from daddy, right? I'm just going to go find a guy to whoop my ass, right? It's same thing. But then I'm going to get upset about it because I'm a grown ass woman. Same thing.
Sir, are you saying that she traded her whole life so that she could just be around ass whoopers and felons?
Yeah. No, she likes it. She's going to be around that for the rest of her life. And when she does decide to mature up, which is not going to be anytime soon, it's going to be too late for all of that. There are no more options for her. She fucked.
Yeah, but you got to think about it. She's only 19, Josh. So she got, 6 more years? She could be 25 and find her, a 68-year-old man and live her best life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She getting flown to Dubai like the other guy in a fucking helicopter. No, yeah, that's going to happen. Not her fat ass. Are you kidding? Fuck no.
Sir, she could run across an Arabian prince.
That's a fact. I love her tattoo.
Yeah, have you seen Arabian women? They're not that.
No. White women don't get treated the same way as Arabian women.
Yeah, because you can get flown out over there. Apparently, they're like real big.
You know what you can see all the time in Arabia? Camels. But you know what you don't really see? Mustangs.
You know those TikTok models that are all complaining about, like, I get flown out to Dubai so he could shit in my mouth kind of thing, right? Like that's a thing going on over there.
Do you not see all the bullshit she went through in her younger years? Maybe she's accustomed to shit, sir.
You cannot call life bullshit when it's self-inflicted. You can't say Jesus. Claiming victimhood based off of your own action. No.
Whatever she did, yeah, from the age 17, and when she turned 18, they put her ass in prison. So this motherfucker had to do something crazy. So, and to that point, bro, man, say she's a hyena out here scavenging for me. You know what that man? At 8.
They don't teach the women how to be hyenas over in Dubai, sir.
That's a fact.
They're different breed out here.
The girl finished. Tie her to a stake, set her on fire, just burn the witches where they're at. Be done with that.
See, you can mention all the trained women over in Dubai, but the truth of the matter, these men, they want the women who are devious. They want the women that can be stoned.
That's a fact.
Well, she can definitely be stoned. I'm going to support that policy.
She was matching all the way down to the shoes. One shoelace was blue, the other. Boy, I say, boy, this motherfucker is clowning. I said, okay, yeah, she ain't goat in American culture. I see it. I don't know nobody else see it, but I see it.
What I'm scared about is all of the men she's going to run into, right? How much damage she going to do to everybody else on her way down?
Or on her way up, depending on what she do.
Hey. That's what I'm talking about.
Damn.
I can say, you let Tom tell it. She got the now. She's still in the game, sir. So I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I can't wait till he see this.
Sir, like she gonna be on Fat Joe all the way up.
You hear me? While she lean back.
Is this the stance we're going to take, right? Like that she actually has her round ass face and everything else that's shaped like a fucking watermelon with legs, right? She's got a chance with Mr. Richie Rich 77-year-old.
Sir, they don't have watermelons in the desert.
That's a fact.
Damn. Just damn.
That's how we say. That's how we say. You know what I'm saying? I taste is different from his taste. So let that man do what he do. She might be special or something.
To them, that sounds thirst quenching already.
Well, hold up. They don't have like raccoon stew in the north, right? But apparently, like, you know, you're reversing that claim because something doesn't exist that somebody's willing to partake.
What I'm saying is that it's because She's out there because she can introduce new stuff. She's exotic, sir.
That's a
Because you
fact.
know what?
Like
She
that
might be
stuff.
used to raccoon stew because they may have raccoons, but they never understood the concept of having raccoon stew.
See, I want to argue against this, right? But I'm white. I can't fucking look at her. That's gonna be exotic. Like,
You got to think about it like that mash that she made, that stuffing. See, when you take out the crackers and the corn flakes and the egg from that stuffing, you ain't getting this product that you seeing right there in all blue. You know what I'm saying? But when you add all that together, you get that product. You get that best raccoon stuff you ever seen in your life. Tell them, Resla.
Damn.
Listen. They are looking for a new taste in their life. And I'm talking about the same as her is the same way for that raccoon stew. They want to know that after they finish the meal, they're still picking their teeth.
You hear me?
Okay.
Italian dressing, barbecue sauce, and ketchup.
You hear this, Dirty, right? I'm gonna make him stand on this. I swear to God, when I get back stateside, I'm gonna catch up with Resla. We're road tripping it down there, Dirty. We're gonna do the raccoon barbecue.
I am not Arab. I don't take the appeal in eating out of a trough like these people did earlier.
Oh no, sir. No, sir. You said it. We're gonna make you stand on it. Dirty said he gonna fly you out. If it's good enough for her, it's
not for no coon gravy.
Oh yeah, you're gonna eat
coon gravy with their bread and cornbread stuff.
That shit was disgusting.
You know what? We might stop in Atlanta and pick her ass up too, right? We're just gonna find out how exotic she might be for you, sir.
I'm not even gonna trust them. They can't even clean.
Oh no, sir. She's not exotic to an American. I see plenty of them all the time. All I got to do is go to my local fucking homeless shelter.
Well, how do you know
and I'll find them.
How do you know the Arabs want the Goodyear blimp?
Because they're not used to seeing the Goodyear blimp over where they're at. Women don't typically get that big.
That's a fact. And if they do, they been with a person for a minute.
She's blimpity blimp. She's blimp, y'all.
There you go, mama.
There you go.
Jesus. There's something wrong with us. We need help.
That's a fact. Hey y'all, we got this video in the back. I wanted to get y'all. On my phone, mama. Go ahead before I go to the next.
I was gonna say I was certified a long time ago.
Damn.
You heard it. You heard it from mama. We got a video in the back. I think it's number 5, Resla. I wanted to see what you guys thought about this. I think it was a move that I wasn't expecting a person like y'all man to do. Now, you know, I ain't really into it, y'all. So this is something that, like I say, I like to see all sides of everything and see what they doing, because this is what y'all saying eventually I'm going to be a part of and going to be interested in doing. So I don't know if y'all heard about it. Angry Man did a good rendition of it earlier. I want to salute to him. I didn't grab his version. I went to the regular version so we can skip around and shit because it's longer. But if we want to go find his, we can do his too. But I mean, his might be a little bit faster because he already got his broke down. But I haven't broke it down to the point. But I wanted to see what you guys thought about this Trump and Aiden Ross.
And Aiden Ross?
It was live. So.
Aiden Ross Trump is reaching out to the youth.
Oh, Jesus.
Sure
yeah, I saw that.
Resla hit it right on the dot. See what I'm saying?
He getting them on all sides.
Let's get started today. Let's have some fun.
Before they get ready to get started and they say so-called have some fun, because I think they really start talking and getting their microphone and shit together around about 6 minutes. I want to hear what you guys think about this so far. Before we hear anything, before we go in there, what's your thoughts of what do you see? Like, you think it's good that he's trying to reach out to the youth? I mean, I don't really see no youth in there, but I think four kids in the back. I see with a black dude, 2 little white dudes, and a little tall dude standing back there in the back. They're about the only people that look like they're young. Everybody in there else in there look like they 40 plus. So, and I know that ain't Aiden Ross fan base. His fan base is really youngsters. When I mean youngsters,
yeah, they're really young.
Yeah.
So I don't want to talk too much. I want to let, like I say, this is the Drop By Discussions. For those who's in the chat or watching, you know what I'm saying, you can always hit that link and come up and have this discussion with us. I want to know what you guys think about it.
I think this was political suicide. Aiden Ross is considered controversial at best. Yeah, Trump being in the same room with him and granting an interview, that's just political suicide.
I don't think so at all.
Really?
Yeah.
You do?
I don't. See the issue that the issue that we have when we're trying to reach out to different demographics, right? And I'll say it for someone like Aiden Ross, you're not looking at pulling Aiden Ross the same way how I say about conversation when it comes to people. You're not pulling Aiden Ross because you're trying to quote bring Aiden Ross, but you're trying to show that you have such a relationship that a person like Aiden Ross, who many people follow them across all demographics of young people, are willing to say, well, if Aiden is cool with him, I might want to listen into what Trump has to say, especially because a lot of these young people, it's probably their first time voting.
Yeah, but Ross was. So here's the issue. Ross has been MAGA for at least the last 5 years for sure. Trump gets he takes all of the risks by doing this interview and none of the benefits that he didn't already have.
I don't know about that, because you know what? When you speak to a lot of younger people, especially like they're now getting their first chance to vote, because some of them were probably still in school or whatever, dealing under their time with Biden. They only heard about what was going on with Trump. Now is their first time they actually get to vote, and now it's between Trump and basically Harris. But then when you speak to a lot of young people, you know what they like to say? Probably not all of the nice positive things that a lot of older experienced people in politics like to hear about, like, actual policies or things that were actually done in the past. One of the things that they actually liked him about is his fucking mouth.
Yes, but
and it's enough to capture, especially if he can get someone else who not only they already like his mouth, but someone who they actually follow to say that, yo, I think this is a great guy. And now you see us both on camera, because let's be honest, I'll say it like many content creators have been saying now. You have someone like Harris, right, who brings on someone like Meg Thee Stallion, right? That didn't look good, And I would say that even to the point where you have freaking Amber Rose, that was a bad thing to do. I would have never did that for both sides fucking up on that. But then you have people that also try to represent other black people, like a Cardi B, who's not black, by the way. This is just terrible fuck ups across the board. So if you want to reach young demographics, you wouldn't do it by these older people who have their own particular narratives. Let's be honest. People like it's not going to be Cardi B, because quite frankly, no one knows what the fuck she's doing. She's running to her own train wreck right now. It's not going to be Meg Thee Stallion. That's mainly a feminist move that's happening right now and victim mentality. So it has to be someone like a Aiden Ross, because it's like how personally some people might feel about Aiden Ross. A lot of younger people don't care about that.
Hold up. Do you believe that the vast majority of Aiden Ross followers are not already right-leaning, aka MAGAs?
No, I do believe a lot of them are already a right-wing, but I don't know about MAGAs.
Well, Aiden is,
right, Aiden is, but we can't assume, because Aiden is something that, like, it's the same thing you want to say about Destiny. I will not assume that all of them are just hardcore liberals, even though Destiny himself doesn't claim himself to be a hardcore liberal. He would see himself some more close to a moderate.
Yeah, I get. Okay, yeah. So here's the issue. Generally,
the platformer is not necessarily the people, even though they reflect a little bit of what the views might be for them.
Oh, I don't know about that one. You see the you see the logo down in the bottom left hand corner. That's Kick. Kick is like that's where have you been banned off of every other freaking platform? Kick.
They're getting banned off of Kick as well. There've been plenty of people who got kicked, who got banned off of Kick.
People getting towed up no matter what. It's just the outlook and the reach that he can get with the streaming in the way that he do it, bro. The dude reaches a lot of motherfuckers. So, and okay, let me say this before y'all get to go into it, Mama. What you got to say about it before we go deeper into it? Because I know y'all gonna make some good points. So, What you think about it, Mama?
Mama out running in the woods.
What was she? Yeah, y'all go ahead.
Okay, so my point is, the vast majority of Aiden followers are going to be right wingers.
Okay.
Hands down, and I am talking like upwards of at least 3/4. So like that would be the bare minimum. There are already people that are going to lead toward right-leaning politics, and that's just generally going to be Republican, aka by default, it's going to be a Trump. The problem that comes with that is there's also a lot of Republicans that aren't about the whole race bullshit. And so there's a lot of people on the right that absolutely have problems with, say, like Nick Fuentes. Like we would just, if we could find a little fucker, we'd probably beat his little ass if we could get our hands on him, you know?
Okay.
And that would be like on Aiden's side. Aiden's after the popularity, hands down, right? So there's no contesting in the concept that there's a following that a political campaign would have access to him, but it also comes at the cost of alienating another side of that same group, and it would be people.
What is the other side that he's alienated though?
So, okay, so conservatives typically have problems. The vast majority of us conservatives have problems with Fuentes.
Okay, so are you saying this is because of a Fuentes Ross thing? Because
it would be one.
Well, because I can also state that people who follow Destiny, who's a liberal, Fuentes has also dealt with Destiny.
Right. It comes down to, so the idea here is
it's been seen on both sides.
Yeah, no, but the idea here is playing on identity politics.
Correct.
So like the concept with Fuentes, when you talk about like race issues, it's always going to be identity politics. Mm-hmm. That is the campaign. I think it was you and I believe it was Lit that both said, you both have equally said this, and I think it's pretty damn accurate here is that Kamala has to play identity politics. It's really the only card they have to play at this point. The policy-wise, the DNC isn't, they weren't ready for it, right? Trump doesn't have to play that game. He can basically create his own game and march to the beat of his own drum effectively.
No, they don't. Here's the thing. I disagree. You don't have to play identity politics because you know why? The nation's already seen that card. That I would have to say, no pun intended, but Trump card from the Democrats. Like they don't need to run identity politics. You know what everybody's asking for when it comes to Democrats? What the fuck actually is your policies?
Well, they don't, and that's not. Maybe that might not be fair to actually put on Kamala because it's technically
no. It is fair as an attorney general, as a senator, as a VP, as a current VP. Like, yes, that's something that's definitely that we can ask for.
Right, you can ask for it, but you wouldn't be asking for it from Kamala. You'd be asking for it from the DNC, and Kamala is running on that DNC ticket. Republicans don't really have a choice, right? Like we're going to get, at the end of the day, Trump had to get it. There was no choice. There was nothing else that anybody was going to throw at the Republican Party that was going to be a better nominee. It just, they didn't have any other option.
But Trump has also put out all the stuff that he would like to have placed in terms of policies. Because you know what he has? A whole damn website for it.
Sure, there's no that again, but that would speak to why he doesn't have to play with, AKA Aiden here. I honestly think that somebody fucking dropped the ball by allowing this interview.
If he wants to get the youth, sure, why not?
Well,
rather than pay, but what would you rather get? A wide demographic of people who are of all races at a younger demographic, or just worried about placating to black people by saying, I basically got a cookout and let me get Megan Stallion to shake her ass?
No, you wouldn't.
How does that help an entire nation versus trying to trying to convince one small demographic who already looks at you and say, what is she really black?
You generally don't. And now, because they don't exist in those demographics. Okay, so like let's say the black card, right? Like if you're gonna like appeal to the black population, it's 14%. Yeah, it's about what, 14%. At the end of the day, it's either going to boil down to people within the black community are either going to vote right or they're going to vote left. Those lines are already kind of clearly drawn. All you have to do, the thing that usually either switches their mind is going to be from some massive fuck up from one side or another. So Trump could actually run his mouth and take what I would say 10%. I'm spitballing it here, but could only get like 10%, or he could risk losing 10% of the black vote from running his mouth and saying the wrong thing. So
I'm glad that you said that though, because if they're black, if the black quote demographic is pretty much already made up their mind as to who they're going to vote for, then there's no sense in someone like Kamala having to turn around and talk about how black she is. There would be no reason for them to run on identity politics.
I would typically agree with it, but identity politics is the fact that
in fact, she's ruined herself by saying, well, like basically, why would I just do something for black folks?
Well,
I'm not going to do that.
Right, but that's the concept of it.
Will only hurt her, not help
but
her.
That's the concept of why you don't do specific interviews, because you run the risk of alienating what you might already have. It would be the same concept as this interview right here. Ross is controversial, and if you do interviews with controversy types of people, right, you risk the alienation of what you already had or what you already have.
I don't think those rules apply to Trump.
Damn, I don't know.
I don't believe those rules apply to Trump.
Conservatives are not.
He already has something that other people don't have. It's called business, and it's called media. He's already looked at as a controversial figure, period. So for him speaking to other people of controversy when people already see him as a media mogul, it doesn't hurt him. And on top of that, as someone who's, quote, a former president, to sit down with other people, like, you know, they say it was a controversial act when he sat down with Kim, but he did it and people respected him for it. So to say that he could sit with anyone, even Aiden, is not controversial because he's had a history of doing it before and people respected him for it.
Wait, sitting. You mean the North Korean Kim?
Yes.
Yeah. So North Korea. No, that's an obligation.
Sitting down with even Kim, fucking China, like sitting down with fucking Putin. Like people, like they didn't have as much as people like to turn around and say, how could you sit with these people? That was the opposite backlash that happened when it came to Trump.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
someone like Aiden, it's not gonna hurt.
So now that's a little bit different. So technically speaking, again, president
and imagine this, imagine this, because he could have gone further. Him sitting with Aiden versus him sitting down with Tate.
Oh, if he sits down with Tate, man, he's fucked.
But he sits with Aiden because Aiden still has a positive demographic. It's still somewhat of a positive influence.
I'm not so sure. Now, I haven't seen this interview. Like, this is the first time I'm hearing about this interview. Like, and I'm a little kind of concerned about it. If I had to pick a demographic that are going to be a little pissy about this, it's going to be us within the conservative groups. We typically don't. Number one would be Fuentes. So every time, for some odd reason now, and keep in mind this has been a long time ago, but every time we hear the name Aiden Ross, we automatically start thinking Nick Fuentes.
I never thought that.
Welcome to our
I never
hell.
did the same way how I don't do it for Destiny. Now, if you sat down and you told me curly things, I would have said that. But I don't think of Fuentes when I think of other people. I don't think of all the areas that Fuentes has been at and just say, well, because he's been to those platforms, I automatically have a stain when it comes to these people. Because a lot of people do these things for conversation and for clarity. Now, the reason why I would say pearly thing is because she literally did something where she fucked up royally herself by her own statement versus just getting this guy on for clarity's sake. There's no problem with having a conversation with someone who's controversial.
Well,
Pearly things, again, maybe you'd have to actually talk to conservative women here.
She drowned herself in that water.
Yeah, most of us most of us dudes, we don't particularly care for pearly things one way or the other. To us, it's just okay. It's a girl.
You say that, but I hate to say this, but the Pearly Things Network had a lot of demographic that was both mixed between liberals and conservatives, and they had a fucking shitstorm when she did what she did.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of conservatives that had things, but they had the same problem with Aiden. It's just the difference was with Aiden, it was first, right? Like a lot of us didn't know who Nick Fuentes even was until Aiden come along, right? Pearly Things was like the secondary to it. But keep in mind, right, by that time period, I'm just talking about us guys. How the women go, I have no fucking clue. I honestly don't know. The problem is with the identity politics, you run that risk. Now, I will concede that there aren't any really other options for us conservatives, because now it's just going to boil down to either Kamala or Trump. So you would be right in saying that the concept of it's not going to hurt so much, but it will with inside the Republican Party.
Which, be honest with you, when has Trump ever been overly concerned about?
He specifically doesn't.
So it doesn't help him to be overly concerned about people who dislike him from the start.
Right. But conservatives are typically more concerned with the Republican Party than they are with the actual presidency himself. And it's because as conservatives, technically speaking, you aren't like you're not Republican or Democrat. You're with these are the policies that I find most interest. And so you're constantly having to work with the Republicans. So in this concept, say like Christian nationalist, I'm an atheist, but generally speaking, if I have to have like a political agenda, it's going to go with the Christian nationalist agenda. It's just by default, the only pathway we have into politics is going to be through the Republican Party. So we focus on that party specifically and their policies and they deal with. Trump is technically a wild card. He's uncontrollable by the Republican Party, or at least we perceive such a thing. The problem with him sitting down here isn't so much that who's going to win the election. That's short term. We almost inherently believe, so long as we show up and vote, that Trump's going to win the election. Our concern.
I hate to put it that way, but the reason why Trump got put in the first time was specifically for the reasons that you cannot control him, because people are tired of that same old good old boys mentality, that good old sense of control. They need something different, which is why he won.
That would be a misnomer. Trump is very much good old boy society.
Again, totally different from what we would consider it as the normal rinse and repeat Republicans, which is why he won.
I want to point this out.
There's really no debating that. He washed any other candidacy that was up there.
Right, but I gotta be fair, right? So the idea of good old boy society is grounded in nepotism. And you can't look at
your words were sorry, but your words were the people that they can control.
Well, yeah. They didn't have a chance. The Republican Party could not toss, like, there would have been no option to replace Trump. We weren't so much concerned with the presidency. We were concerned with the party themselves, or at least on the conservative side, right? There are such things as like MAGAs that are just, or Trumpers, whatever you want to call them, right? There is that thing. To us, that is just a short-term sighted issue, right? For us, we want to basically, like, say, what was that? Agenda 47, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. What was it? Project 225 or 2025? Right? Those are our agendas. We literally want to take conservatives and basically pack every branch of government. It's like pack the court thing for SCOTUS, but we're trying to do it with every executive branch we can get our hands on.
Yeah, but that I hate to say it, as much as people keep having that dream for it, it's not reality. It won't happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen
Our
as in
government is set up in a way for it not to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen 100%. The goal is to pack as much as you can into it. That's really what the agenda is. It's not to like dominate and decimate, like as in go in and take control, because at the end of the day, whoever leads the executive is ultimately going to lead each one of those branches. And they can just pass down whatever directives they want. They're going to do what they're told, or you're going to just get replaced as a director. But the idea is to pack as much as you can into it so that if you can manage to get the executive branch to actually issue, like, for example, we're going too far off the weeds. I'll come back to that one. The idea, though, isn't to basically embed Trump. It's to embed the Republican Party specifically. We're not particularly entirely wholesale fans of the Republican Party. It's the party that we have the best chance at working with, at least historically for like the last 35 years. So when we say we're concerned about the reputation, we don't particularly just mean Trump's reputation. We're of the view that so long as we show up to vote, Trump's going to win, right? But that's only, that's what, the end of this year. What we've got to worry about, or at least our concerns are.
My concern about what happens after, which is why I've been saying to people, don't what happens after, well, at the time when we had a Biden still in, I'm not giving a fuck about it. What happens after these two are gone? Because one of the things I always got tired of hearing is Trump 2024. Because after he's done, what's going to be your next line? What's going to be your next concern? So if Republicans are worried about their overall image, then they should have fixed that shit well before you needed to worry about a wild card like Trump coming in. Because beforehand, they were just doing a bunch of dumb shit.
Republicans are absolutely scared to death of Trump. Remember January 6th, a good quarter of them, I'd say a good 25% of them turned on Trump. Now he gets back in office. What's to say that Trump doesn't go back for retribution?
Wouldn't be mad.
Who would? But it still doesn't change the fact that if we're looking at like the idea of, look, we've got 2 years. We've got 2 years before the next cycle runs through of an election process. And I'm not talking about presidential election. We've got to basically get some shit done. We can't have Trump like basically just fucking going after Republicans left and right.
Do you know what my advice to those Republicans are? If Trump becomes president-elect, handle your resignation.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, for anybody that basically outspoke or spoke against Trump, if you're sitting in an office and you're attached to the Republican Party and you're fucking literally had been outspoken after January 6th, kiss your ass goodbye. Because he might not be able to get most of those people out of office, but he can damn sure make their life a living fucking hell.
And it'll be worth it.
The next 4 years. And it would be. The problem is the rest of us, especially like within the conservative group, we're looking at the policies trying to basically get as much done as we can in the short amount of time that we've got to work with.
I hear you, but then I also have to ask, because this is something I asked other people who were Democrat, like Democrat and other Republicans. Well, I hear from Republicans, but as Democrat, tell me some things that really happened. Like, because this is the same question that goes out to everybody. We've already seen what pretty much an administration under Biden and an administration under Trump has happened. Who did you do better under? Despite the fact even liberals will turn around and say that they done pretty well under Trump.
Oh, I don't know. Fuck, I'm not a DNCer, and I haven't really paid a lot of it.
Even if you ask just regular people who are quote on who are Democrats, they will not say that their world was shattered because Trump was in office. They actually will turn around and say to you, like, actually, I was able to get a couple of things done. Like, did everything stop? Was it freaking Zack Snyder freaking Batman scenario?
The only thing I would add to the question is could they name some specifics of things that got done?
And they could not. Nothing that affect them personally.
Well, So there were some things that were done via executive order, but all of that can get overturned by the next sitting president. So like the LGBT stuff, right? The vast majority of that was signed in via executive order.
Correct.
So that can just get overturned, no problem.
Like,
Next,
even when you have the whole Roe v. Wade thing, they blame Trump. I'm like, no, that was your Supreme Court. You can say about he got in, but he wasn't a part of that process.
Well, to be fair, right? That was conservative.
Was he a part of the justices?
Yeah, I wouldn't even blame that on like say the Republican Party, right? That was conservatives. That's us.
Correct.
That was the whole idea of packing the court, was to get as many conservatives as we could into SCOTUS. That's why the Project 2025 is designed to AKA do the same concept of packing a branch. It's just now we're looking at different branches of government, trying to pack as much as we can into it. Obviously, you need an executive leader to basically.
Okay. So just because we've been going on this for a while, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
If not Aiden Ross, right? What other younger person who can be considered a streamer that Trump would have spoken to, who could have been able to reach out to younger popular?
I don't
that has their kind of reach like an Aiden Ross. Who would that be?
I don't know, but like if I had the first guess. And you needed something that's a little bit more controversial, would have been Charlie Kirk. But the problem with Charlie Kirk is
he's not a streamer.
Yeah. Well, not a streamer isn't like that, but he is basically paid attention to a lot by the.
And people have a problem with Charlie Kirk just as well.
Yes. If you had to have controversial, at least
you wouldn't turn around and say Candace Owens.
Because I would have said Candace Owens
if they're next to Candace Owens, and they pretty much align.
I would have said yes. I would have said Candace Owens prior to her getting terminated from what the fuck is that platform? The Blaze.
We can also say this. Those people, we can still say doesn't have quite the same reach on younger demographics.
Yeah, I don't.
Trump is aiming for.
I
don't wouldn't necessarily get a whole bunch of younger people.
Yeah, but I also don't think that. So the conservatives, have you seen the voting rights bills that have been attempted to push through? I mean, they've always get knocked down by. They almost nearly the last three that were supposed to repeal women's voting right. They got appealed or they got knocked down by the House Speaker. So they never even made it even in the door, let alone to get anything to it.
I got you, but what we're missing out on is the reason why he's sitting down with Aiden. And the one word we're missing out on is influence. See, all these younger people may not necessarily know about all these bills and whatever got changed, whatever. He's reaching out for influence because a lot of these people will become the first people who vote. Do you know how many people were first-time voters for, say, Obama, and they didn't know anything about what the fuck he did as a new senator?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who did he have in his corner?
I'm of the view that, and again, I haven't seen this interview, so I'm only speaking to it from the concept that I'm just now finding out about this interview, and I'm speaking to it the idea that conservatives, he runs the risk of alienating a lot of us.
I don't think so. Because you would have to assume that a lot of these younger people are of mind of what's going on with a lot of older people who have.
Oh, no. No. If so, as a Christian nationalist, the younger vote would not be of anything interest to us.
Which is why he's aiming for younger people, because we're not going to turn around and say, well, the majority or even a great amount of people or percentage of Aiden Ross's people would be, quote, Christian nationalists. They're young people. We're talking about the impressions. We're talking about influence. How do you get them on board to even be even in a position to become indoctrinated by the people that they already follow?
Yeah, I don't particularly think that the Christian nationalists are running with. I don't know. Go to. I've never thought about this, but I'm really not. Christian nationalists within the younger group is going to be Ortho Bros. They're not particularly big fans. They actually boycotted Ross.
Okay, but
so I mean, like that's going to be the vast number there.
There are a lot of streeters who get protested against. Again, Daphne's even going through a big ass firestorm, and I like to watch a lot of people in the Bay areas. Aiden is also taking his hits, but it doesn't hold the fact that he still has a strong demographic of followers that are still there.
Yeah.
So you go the same way how we say on these platforms. Even OG and I were just talking about and Mama and myself were just talking about this early on a previous stream. Was like, when you get people who pretty much go to where the numbers are, there's nothing wrong with Trump going to where the numbers are. The same way how they turned around and went to how the Democrats went to Cardi B.
Well, yeah, I don't.
You go for the influence, not because you think these people actually know something.
Because the allies decided to do one thing, right, isn't going to be justified by the Axis doing another, right? If the Axis are doing it, therefore it's okay for the allies to do it. That's kind of a false equivalency.
So no, because the best way to get people to understand who the person is that they should be hearing, not necessarily aligning with, but who they should be giving at least an ear to, is by the people who already follow them. Again, it's a matter of influence. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you want younger people to pay attention to Trump, if I was Trump, I would say, where are the younger people at? Oh, they're with Aiden. So if I sit down with Aiden, you know what? Because you know what young impressionable people were thinking? Wow, I think Aiden is cool. Wow, Aiden got to sit next to Trump. Wow, let me learn a little bit more about Trump. Yeah, and younger people, when you speak to them today, part of the reasons why they actually like listening to Trump, it's not because of possible policies that he did in the past, it's mainly because of his tactics.
Right. That would bring in the concept. If you're one of the younger people that are following Aiden Ross around, or Nick Fuentes, or Andrew Tate, or any of those, you're not generally going to be welcome into, I'm going to say but
guess what?
Middle class conservatives.
But here's the part that we're missing, right? Why are they all doing this? Are they doing this so that Aiden Ross can get a job in the White House? They're doing it for votes, right? Which means it doesn't matter as to personally how all these people are going to be looked at. What matters is who they're going to vote for. The numbers. Not about feelings. They're numbers.
All right, y'all. So look.
All right, go ahead.
We're gonna be shutting this thing down in a little bit, like for our remark. So I got one more thing to push at you.
Damn, OG, because I have one myself.
But go ahead and do yours then, because we really ain't got to do the other one. The other one was we can go a little bit longer, bro. I didn't know y'all was. Yeah.
I want Dirty to go through the stream. He can like if he.
Oh no, fam. I don't even mess with this type of shit. I was letting y'all get it in, bro, because I don't even. You know what I'm saying?
I'll thank you. This is the first I'm hearing of this interview, right? So I'm definitely going to go back in here. But
it was just a couple.
You brought it up, like, and you've got questions. If you've got something specific about the stream,
no. Y'all gave me y'all answers, bro. I just want to know what you thought about, you know what I'm saying, him reaching out to the younger demographic, because I know what type of people follow Aiden. So y'all gave me the answer to that. So
yeah, as a conservative, his followers, I would throw them in the garbage and set the damn thing on fire.
I absolutely would not. I would take advantage of them, because a lot of them are going to be your first-time voter bases. And guess what? Democrats ain't trying to go for the younger people.
Yeah, I don't. If those are the type of AKA Republicans, we don't want them.
Again, assuming that only Aiden Ross's followers are just simply Republicans. And again, they're across multi-races.
Yeah, the vast majority, and I'm gonna say like 75% of
why do we forget? Why do we forget that YouTube and kicking them is as big as the globe itself? If they have millions of subscribers, why would you not want those millions? Or why would you want to influence them as first-time voters?
Yeah, because again, I guess it's because we're under the impression that the government we have is the direct result of the shit our society is. And so we kind of have a problem
with our government because our society is becoming more and more shittier, right?
Cool. I got you. But if Trump is saying the best way for that shittiness to be changed away is for me to get into office, you know what I need? To all those millions of fucking followers, I need your vote. The numbers.
Yeah, I don't unless they're going to like I don't believe that we particularly need Aiden's influence, I guess.
Then I would say this: the same way how we don't need Aiden's influence is the same way how I'm gonna say it really nasty. Then we don't need the black people's votes.
Well,
because if numbers don't matter, 14% won't matter in a vote, right?
Technically speaking,
we only need Aidens because
but we don't
matter in a vote.
We don't have the majority of it. I don't know how true these statistics are, but there's something about 10%.
If we're worried about a national election where we have to worry about, quote, voter turnout, and the predominating race, the dominating race is the one that's going to make the majority of votes, then that means the other races don't matter.
Well, and here's a little backup for this one. I know it's going to sound shitty, and I'm sorry for it, but it is what it is. Black people typically generally live in large-scale cities, right? So the thing that elects a president isn't popular vote. It's going to be college electoral. If the black community wanted to have like a larger scale representation politically, or at least at a national, I'd say if I was talking to black people, I'd say get more involved with local government. But if you only just really give a shit about like the federal election every 4 years, then what you'd want to do is spread out within the U.S. Get out of the main.
You hear what he's saying, right?
Get out of the large scale cities, because as it sits, your college electoral is based off of population of a given region. So if you all group up, you're all just going to get counted as one group. And technically speaking, that's not beneficial to the Republicans, because typically speaking, and I don't know how true the statistics are, but it's like Republicans only really make up like 10-11% of the black vote. So if the black people want to actually be more involved in federal, they have to actually spread out to be able to cover vaster scale of the college electoral. If you all group up into these large scale cities, it's not useful politically speaking. It is very useful, like when you're talking about
you and I will agree right there. You and I will agree that I too believe that black people should spread out and stop living amongst each other in cities. Whether federally or whether they just want to come up and be a more competitive demographic within the country, just period. Part of the thing I want to bring up, since we started bringing up black people, and I'll get into my quick segment before we jump in with OG's last video, is how do we feel about the fact that all of these people, right? And I don't want to say all these people, but the fact that we have someone who is like a Simone Biles, who will turn around and she's killing it.
Who?
Simone Biles, Olympic gymnast.
I don't know who that is. I have to look her up.
Woo! Okay, well, let's real quick.
Oh, Olympics.
Yes, Olympics, and she's been killing it for years after years of it. You should.
Was she the one that spoke up about like she won a medal and spoke up about Jesus?
Don't recall that.
I don't know about all that.
But
hey, Reza, don't worry about it, bro. We can just go ahead and rock out, bro. I'm just going. You know what I'm saying? I'll text you in just a minute. But keep on going.
All right. But just in this year alone, you can see just how much she's been killing it with making all the goals, and she's been doing this for a while now. But the part of the problem that I'm having, and OG, you can spit in this if you want to, but just of the idea that people will sit there and they trash talked her. And when I say trash talk, I mean really it was black women that wound up trash talking her, and I thought it wasn't necessarily fair at all to do so. And it's over a really dumb reason, which was, quite frankly, about hair texture. And I think this is really something you have to hear from myself. So a lot of women all over social media have been trash talking this woman because of apparently the way her hair looks. Never mind the fact of quote the flips and tricks that she has to do that can be quite frankly death-defying. And yet they had an issue with it. And I had this woman over here. She pretty much had to go up against the show. She'll give a pretty much big breakdown as to how I looked at it.
Like the black woman has the most medals. She's dominated in every field. She has made history. She is the best athlete in the world right now. Like, can't nobody touch this black.
Am I reading that title correctly? Hair criticism?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Miss Biles, she's a gymnast, right?
World Olympic gymnast, multiple years now.
Why the fuck would anybody give a shit about it? It's like basically being in sports, caring about
that is a deeper conversation that needs to be really hashed out with a freaking meat cleaver in our community.
If you're playing, I'm sorry I sound a little shocked here because it's not registering, right? If you play sports, like, and you're in the middle of a game or the middle of a competition, right? Hair is the thing that's supposed to be focused on? Am I misunderstanding that?
Sir, black people have been very concerned about hair for a very long time for a numerous amount of reasons. Some people like to pretend like hair is somehow a superpower, as if somehow we're all Solomon.
During a sporting event?
Apparently at all times. But I do have a particular critique of my own when it came to that, because no one ever judged, even you say this year or even last year's Olympics, no one ever judged Sha'Carri Richardson based on how her hair looked or how the rapid claws that she had on her head. Or had on her fingers and the orange hair that she had. Or how she displayed herself. Even though I thought she did pretty phenomenal this year, to be honest with you.
I don't
very much with the proper sportsmanlike conduct.
I don't particularly pay much. I definitely don't like the Olympics, but I mean, I understand the concept that if you're, it's a very national orientated sport, right? The idea is you would best be there to represent the U.S. and you would best be there to compete. Fuck, I give a shit about your hair. I care that you're representing our country, aka doing the best that you possibly can do athletically.
Hey, Rez, check it back, check.
Sir, tell me how you. Tell me how. What do you think about this, OG?
The hair thing, bro. I gotta hear this video and see what the hell happened, bro. But yeah, y'all continue.
Well, it's just the concept of the fact that she's winning medals, she's doing all these flips and everything, and black women seem to be having a thunderstorm about her hair.
Yeah, that's just a lot of hate.
I agree. So it was something I'm thinking about making a conversation on later, but I just wanted to know what was people's initial thoughts about the fact that she's out there winning. And if we're talking about all this perception that would be cool, good for black community, good. But somehow that got overshadowed by hair and who she got married to, who's also a black man.
Yeah, that's the wrong thing they need to be worried about. They need to be encouraging her, nigga, to do another Olympics when they come back here to the United States, nigga, so she can hold a record for, you know what I'm saying, for a long ass time, nigga. That motherfucker been doing Olympics, nigga, since she was about 12 or 8 years old.
Yep. Prepared all her life.
These people they need to stop all the hate. I don't care what her hair look like. As long as she happy in her relationship, she ain't out here doing no dumb shit. If she want to splurge on her little football boyfriend, let her splurge on the nigga. But you hating on her for?
I mean, they hated on the fact that she put a medal on this nigga's neck, and they got mad that he was wearing her fucking medal.
She got so many of them motherfuckers. Motherfuckers is heavy. God damn it, shit.
Yes.
What the fuck you want her to do? Fall over? God damn it. You just mad because you ain't got all the gold.
Yeah, that was the point that I'm making. Like, you're mad that she made strategic moves for herself. But Joshua, to the point we're making here is like, people really they have a bad perspective of life and what should be important and what's not important. And I guess for what I say for a lot of I'll have to say us black people is that the fucking eye is on the wrong shit. Now you'll turn around and say things like Eurocentric Euro whatever let's think European standards of hair and all kind of other stuff and what you think you can get away with in terms of the workplace and all that stuff. But then you have someone who, quite frankly, has her natural hair, doing all these tricks and flips and everything, despite the injuries and everything else she took for all her years to get there. She's winning medals. She's blowing out the competition on a global stage. This is not just like the U.S. It's a global stage. And this is the one thing you pick on. You pick on our husband, who she just got married to like last year or something like that. Then you pick on her hair. Like, leave this woman alone. And it's to the point where you have people who are not even of our race saying this makes no sense. I think it's something that just needs to get called out by all people. Because you know what's the funny part? They'll turn around and say it's a white person's hair. Like when we talk about straight hair, we talk about white people's hair. But I'm like, do you understand that more than white people just have straight hair? Because for some reason, black people seem to forget that Asians also have straight hair. Hispanics have straight hair.
I'm looking at pictures of her. She looks black to me. What the hell does that mean? She looks like she has white hair. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, the idea of the straight hair, and I'll say fetish, they've been used in so many different ways to say like it's just easier to maintain, or they had to straighten their hair because it was the only way to get quote a white man, or it was the only way to be able to work at a job, to move up the corporate ladder, and all this other stuff.
Wait, what? Well, oh my God. Okay.
And technically speaking, this is new to you.
Well, no, technically speaking, no, it's not new to me, but it's the way the system. Okay, so conformity, right? You can't just work in any type of job and have your hair any type of way you want to have. There are generally going to be rules, and if you work in front of the customer base, that's especially true. Conformity has always been a thing. Where are we just trying to rebel against everything?
So would you say that of all the different ways that black people could put their hair, that it needs to be straightened?
Straightened? I don't know. As an athlete, I see athleticism is weird to me because I also know that your hair is a fucking problem in athletics, right? It's just a problem. You're sweating to death. You're basically busting your ass. Like it's gonna be whatever way you could possibly keep it out of your fucking eyes, mostly to do whatever the hell you're supposed to be doing, whatever competitive sport you're dealing with. It seems like a weird way of looking. It's like judging a thing without trying to comprehend what it takes to, like a gymnast. Fuck that shit, right? Like I can think of a billion ways to break my leg. That ain't going to be one of them. I'm just not going to do it. But I would understand the concept of your hair has to be up out of your way. Now, I guess if you have long hair, I don't know anything about hair, but I would imagine that hair is kept in a way that serves a functionality purpose. I can't imagine judging a person based on their hair because they're an athlete. To me, that's just fucking weird.
Listen, I would wholeheartedly agree. That was just my thing about this particular video. I didn't even have to really bring this video up for it. But the idea that people actually do that as particular athletes, like it doesn't make sense. And it seemed like just me personally, there's a narrative to pick on her.
Can I ask this? Because again, that's a concept I've never heard of before. Right? The Miss Files things. This is the first time I've heard of that. Would this be a small population of women within the black community?
What do you think, Reza?
I want to say no, but I can't say for sure.
To me, I don't know. I mean, I usually automatically assume within any demographic, right, 51% is going to be women. So We take 14% of the population down. We break that down to like 51% of that's going to be female, give or take. I don't know how to remove the kids out of the group. Like I've never found a method for that. But let's just stick with the 51%. So out of that 51% of that 14%, like what kind of numbers are we talking about? People that actually give a shit about her fucking hair?
It's hard to say because the truth of the matter, there are plenty of people who probably would say it even they don't believe it because, as you said, conformity. Even within groups, people will say things they don't necessarily believe just to be able to fit in.
We all conform. We're the only way you survive in this life is by conforming. I've got bosses. I've got more fucking bosses than I do colleagues. That's a fucking weird concept. I have to wear a damn tie. I hate fucking ties, but I have to wear one every once in a while. Can't get away from it, right? Like I have to conform. Hair. I cannot have like long hair. It has to be the easiest to maintain is high and tight. But like I can get away with like parted hair. It's weird white shit that I grew up with. But like the idea of just wearing my hair any kind of way, no, I can't do that shit at work. The government gets to tell me how to fucking keep my hair. They get to tell me what clothes I can and cannot wear. I have to wear fucking.
I hear you. I hear you, and like I said, I've heard the argument all over the spacing. Now, I'm just gonna put it this way: it's to a point where let's just like this whole thing when it comes to Simone Biles, it's not even a matter of a work issue kind of thing. Because the same thing what you mentioned, the same thing I mentioned to a lot of people. If you don't want to work for a particular industry, then start your own damn business and you can wear your hair and wear whatever the fuck you want. But you cannot work into someone else's job and tell them basically how athletics. You do it. Now, for athletics, though, we're not talking about the organization telling her what's wrong. We're talking about people all over social media judging her.
They judge her because of it. It's not the association don't care. They fine with her wearing her hair like that. I'm fine with her wearing her hair like that, long as she after getting goddamn gold medals, because it don't matter what your hair look like. We're looking at your performance and what you train so fucking hard to do. And obviously you training real hard and doing what you need to do because you got all the goddamn medals and ain't nobody better than you. So fuck what your hair looking like. You can come out here and be missing the whole goddamn left side patches of hair. But if you can go out there and do the Simone Biles flip and hit and get a great score, and everybody else who tried can't get nowhere near you, who gives a fuck about your hair?
I agree.
I don't even give it the credence of win or lose, right? To me, the idea of athleticism is a job. Matter of fact, let's put this out here. Black people overly represent U.S. sports, period. And there's a reason for that. They're more athletic than, well, the rest of us. So like the NBA, predominantly black. And for good reason. It's because we like fucking quality sports. And the only way we're going to get quality sports is to have the best athletes that we have within our society. Just so happens to be black people. So fucking what? Same thing for the NFL. So if I were to go down the list of like basically break down the races within the Olympics, I would expect to find a pretty damn big number of black people. I consider this all to be a job. At the end of the day, that's kind of like they get paid for what they do. We might not like it, or we might think it's over too much or not enough, right? But effectively, they make a living doing this shit. I expect these weird little like how your hair and shit to me is no different than having a fucking job at McDonald's and putting your shit in a hairnet.
I won't argue with that. I won't argue with that at all. But everybody, we are already past a good portion of the time right now. We've been running on close to 4 hours, and I thought it was a very good conversation. We had a whole bunch of stuff that we were talking about here. We did have something extra, but we're running on close to that time. So I think we're gonna go ahead and just end it right here. OG, anything you want to say before we take off?
Yes, if you guys don't mind, if you can either go to the description, our email is in the description. Either hit me or Resla, or hit both of us, man. Tell us that you want us to start doing this 6 or the 7 hour shows. You know what I'm saying? Maybe even some 10s. If that's what you want, man, I mean, hey, we can set up for it. But if not, then you know what I mean. We running on borrowed times because we're already doing shows before then. So if we are going to do a show like that, I just need to make sure, you know what I'm saying, I give me enough sleep and stuff like that, so that way I can be coherent during these good discussions that we have. I don't want to lose the track and then, you know what I'm saying, just pop in and just be saying anything. I want to be involved. So if that's what you guys want, and you want to see more of us do these longer streams instead of doing the 3 hours or the 4-hour streams, you know, let us know in our email. Send us an email and let us know, you know what I'm saying? And if that's what you guys want, hey, we'll produce that for you.
Yeah, the same thing. If you have other things or particular topics that you think would be interesting, also let us know within emails. And also, to be sure, just because we do the drop by discussions also for this night, just be sure to check out OG's streams that he has going on Saturdays. I believe it's Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern on my time. So for you, it would be 7, correct, OG?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
OG, make sure. I think I've got you on. I think I've got your channel saved. I believe I'm subscribed to it. Could you post it in the backlink? Because I haven't been getting notifications. I gotta check out why that's a problem. Could you just drop that in the link just so I can check or double check? Also, whoever it was that brought the Aiden Ross interview and the idea of this Miss Biles, thank you. I would have never. I technically, maybe I need to get my head out of my own ass. I would have never known about the Aiden Ross interview had it not been for one of you guys bringing this to my attention. And the same thing with Simone thing. I wouldn't have known. So I kind of like the oddball videos. Like at first I think they're odd, right? But I didn't realize this was an issue.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's why we're having the drop by discussion, man. We want people to have discussions about these things. I mean, we search on YouTube and we find different things that we can look at, come from different angles, because everything don't want to just be, you know what I mean, a follower of what you see on YouTube. Some people in this space don't, like you said, you didn't know nothing about it. Some things I don't know about. I don't know everything about Trump. I'm and
Right.
other presidential people. So if we find stuff, like you said, if you guys put the stuff in and send us an email and let us know the type of things that we're missing, we might can go to that type of stuff and start playing more of that. But for right now, and me and Resla, we just going around YouTube finding different topics that we want to talk to you guys about and have a discussion with you. But yeah, if you want to give us input and let us know, hey man, it works.
And keep in mind, a lot of people don't really know about this stuff. I'm not saying to you, Joshua, but a lot of people don't really know about a lot of different things because they get caught up in their own echo chambers. They get caught in watching the same thing, and they move around to the same creators, and sometimes the same creators just talk about the same thing, but it was the latest things that are going on. Which is also why, like, I have my particular channel, which is going to be later today as well at 4 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, I also did it on Saturdays as well. And I've been trying to figure out whether I want to do anything more about that. But, oh, by the way, Joshua, his link is in the chat for his channel.
I got it. I clicked it. I went to his channel and just hit a like, thumbs up, subscribed. Apparently, I wasn't subscribed. I apologize, Dirty.
Oh, you good? You good, brother? You good?
Us Southerners, we got to stick together. These fucking Yankees.
That's a fact, man. You know what I'm saying? Got to get them boys on that raccoon.
Fuck out of here. Anyway, y'all, it was good seeing y'all for tonight. Be sure that we're going to be doing this, of course, weekly, and we'll see you on the next one.
Peace.
Take care, guys.
All right.